5 minutes. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. Our 5-minute warning expired about 3 minutes ago, so we are going to get started, and I would invite you to find a space anywhere that you want to be for this time. And I want to officially welcome all of you to the Western Jurisdiction Leadership Team meeting, and you'll note we do have a few folks who are joining us virtually, and we're very grateful for them as well, making this time available for this important work. So I wanted to begin with, first of all, some logistical information. I think most all of you were here the last couple of days, and so you know there are restrooms right back through here, and there are also some upstairs, and there are some, there's coffee and tea and water and those kinds of things in the hallway, so help yourself whenever you need that. We are going to be meeting today from now until 3 o'clock. I know that the email I sent late said 5 o'clock, but I decided you probably would not, string me up if you got an extra 2 hours to yourself. So, yay! And for those of you online as well, we'll be ending at 3 o'clock today. So I wanted to start our time together with just a little brief centering, and there will be an opportunity for you to do some sharing with this as well. I want to start with a story. About almost 10 years ago now, my mom died. She was 91 years old, so she lived a very long and eventful life. And in her last 5 years or so of life, there were times when it could be challenging to visit with her because, she was lonely, and even though we did a lot of visiting back and forth. She lived in Olympia in a retirement community. And even though every time I would go to visit, I would tell her up front how long I would be there and I would reinforce during the visit when I would need to leave. Typically, leaving was always very, very dramatic. And one time in particular, my daughters and I had spent 3 days, had taken her on a little trip, actually, up to Poulsbo. And we had been, again, reinforcing throughout the visit when we would need to leave. And there were all kinds of delays. First we had to go do some grocery shopping at the end of the visit, and then, well, you have to stay for dinner. And finally, as she's walking us with her walker very slowly to our car, she heaves this great sigh, and she says, "I just hate to see you leave, but I guess life is just full of disappointments." Well, it was a little bit of a manipulative statement, right? But it was reflective of what she was feeling. And of course, then it became a source of great humor for my daughters and I as we were going through our daily lives. Well, I guess life is just full of disappointments. However, as my mom was actively dying, we were all gathered together, and it was about a 3-day process. She got to the point in her active dying where she was able to say, "I just hate to leave you. Life is so full of joy." And I thought, thank you, Jesus. What a transformation. And what a blessing of healing for all of us. So this morning, continuing our circle theme, I brought some lifesavers. Because, what a great little circle these are. And I'm going to just pass them around and invite you to take one, which you may or may not like. They're winter green, so I'll just, give you give you the warning up front. But take a lifesaver And the other fun thing about this circle is it says right on it, lifesaver. And hold it for a moment, and we'll take a moment of silence, and I'd like you to think about what is it that helps you to move from a place of disappointment to a place of joy? What is it that saves your life? And then we'll do a little sharing around that, and we'll come together for a prayer. I'd like to invite you now to just turn to someone sitting next to you and share what it is that helps you move from that awareness of disappointment to the experience and awareness of joy. Friends, I'm going to break into your conversations. Thank you for the sharing. And I want to pose one other question for the whole group and anybody who would like to respond. And I want to remind you that because we do have folks coming in online, we do need to use the microphones, so they're spaced around. But the question that I would want to follow up with is, it seems as if in our church life, there may be from time to time a bit of disappointment. I know it's hard to believe. What is it that helps you in the church experience and in the denominational life and in the jurisdictional life? What is it that helps you move to a place of joy? And I will start by saying, seeing all of you around this table and online, knowing that we are brothers and sisters, siblings together, who don't always agree, but still have a connection that is deep. Anyone else? Go ahead.
So a couple of years ago, out of the blue, the Holy Spirit called my attention to a text from the Song of Zechariah that I committed to memory and I carry with me, and I use it often, and it has been really sustaining. It is, by the tender mercy of our God, the dawn from on high will break upon us to give light to those who sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, to guide our feet into the way of peace.
Thank you. Yes, David.
Thank you for the imagery of lifesavers. When we say lifesavers to us Filipinos who grew up in the Philippines, the first thing we think of are inner tubes of tires that we turn into floating devices as little kids. And the joy of what it means to go in and out, swimming out, trying to pull it from each other, just playing with that little thing, knowing that that was not the original purpose for what that was, but it's repurposed so that it can bring joy and be like children again. That imagery to me reminds me of this circle we're having. Are we now in a time when we should be looking at the interior and rethinking of what the next joyful thing that we should be sharing, instead of thinking, how do we turn this into an old tire, into something that makes us float and enjoy what's really beautiful around us. Amen.
Let us pray. O gracious God, by your tender mercy, you have called us together this day, and you continue to guide our work, our play, our life together. We ask for your presence, that we might be aware, acknowledging the disappointments, but also the joy, and that we might indeed recognize your light shining upon us, within us, and all around us, for the sake of your world. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. All right, welcome everyone. We are going to now turn our, the other thing I forgot to mention is the agenda is posted on the tablet over here. And we are going to pick up now some work that was assigned, that we agreed to do during the last couple of days as we gathered with the first elected delegates and the Committee on Episcopacy and the college. The leadership team committed to help reframe the culture of discernment of Episcopal leaders, and we promised 2 actions. The first was we said that we were going to look at the values statements previously created by Western jurisdiction work groups to see if they can help us in this process. And then the second action that we said we would take was we would seek to enable each annual conference to, quote, cast a wider net by affirming discerning candidates at their annual conference sessions rather than endorsing a smaller number of folks for election. So we're going to start today by taking a look at the values work that has been done previously. We are not going to be rewriting this, okay? And we're not going to be wordsmithing this. That's not our task. Our task is simply to take a look at it, and you have it in front of you, and then to have some conversation start in groups of 3 to just answer, see if we can answer this question. And I wrote it down so that I can be sure that we're asking the right question. Sorry, I have to get to the right page. This is the question that we'll be asking. Do you recognize this, meaning the previous work that's been done, as expressive of the essential elements of the Western jurisdiction that we can embrace in order to discern and elect new Episcopal leaders? Okay? So take about 7 minutes in groups of 3, which is roughly at your tables, to take a look at this document and see if you can agree to that statement. Or yes, here's the question. Do you recognize this previous work as expressive of the essential elements of the Western jurisdiction that we would embrace as we discern and elect new Episcopal leaders? Okay? One more time. Do you recognize this work as expressive of the essential elements of the Western jurisdiction that we can embrace as we discern and elect new Episcopal leaders?
Are you with us?
Yes.
talk about this now, right?
Yeah. Mostly to answer the question, do we embrace and recognize this as embodying what the Western jurisdiction is about as we go forward into Episcopal nominations?
Let's start. Do you have thoughts?
My initial reaction or comment is that I'm glad to see one of the three important essentials that came up from the IECC meeting on Thursday. I introduced them as the three Ds, which came up from the conversation. The centering whiteness, dismantling racism, and decolonization.
Yeah.
And so we have a recommendation to the leadership team on how those would be included intentionally in exploring the discernment process. And
Yeah.
immediately I saw
Yeah.
this here.
Yeah.
And so I would really love to say that this is in line and we're embracing, and then maybe to add more into, although racism has been mentioned in the working definitions, but then maybe we can have another segment or another, about dismantling racism. And what we have, what we've come up with as well is that
And in just a moment, we're going to have some reporting in and further conversation around this. But Annie, God bless her, is functioning as our secretary today since our secretary could not be here. And she pointed out that it would be helpful for us to do a little roll call to make sure we know who all is here for our minutes and in what capacity. And so we're going to do that right now, and we will include in fact, let's start with the people who are online. If you would tell us who you are and why you're a part of this leadership team, if you have a particular function in it. And we'll start with Bishop Grant.
Grant Aguia, currently serving CalPAC and Desert Southwest.
Thank you. And Lisa.
Hi, Lisa Talbot. I'm the Director of Connectional Ministries for the Alaska Conference.
Thank you. And see, I cannot see who the next person is.
I'll invite Bonita.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Bonita or Bonnie Miller from Nikiski, Alaska, and I am the Western Jurisdiction President of United Women in Faith.
Thank you. And Diane, would you introduce yourself?
Thank you. I'm Diane Knudsen, and I serve as the treasurer of the jurisdiction.
Thank you. And Mark, would you introduce yourself?
Hi, Mark Bateman, chair of the jurisdictional CFNA.
Great. And now we'll come here to Aaron.
Aaron Hawkins, DCM CalPAC.
Mark Calhoun, District Superintendent for the Wyoming District in the Mountain Sky Conference.
But
and leadership team at large.
yes, Eric, excellent. Thank you, Mark.
Karen Alvarado, Bishop Mountain Sky Conference. Mary Pike, Chair of Western Jurisdiction Committee on Episcopacy. Annie Arnoldy, DCM of Mountain Sky. Oh, right. Is it on? Oh, yeah. Annie Arnoldy, DCM of Mountain Sky Conference.
Yes.
Mary Hike.
There you go. Mary Hike, Chair of the Western Jurisdiction Committee on Episcopacy.
Karen Oliveto, Bishop, Mountain Sky Conference.
Mark Calhoun, District Superintendent in the Mountain Sky Conference and leadership team, member at large.
One more, oh, are we on? Oh, thanks. One more secretarial note. I pulled the membership list from March of last year that has each person's email. Will you just swing by at any point during today so I can check the email with you to make sure we're up to date?
That's probably not the latest list.
It's the
either.
last one I could find, but yes, check. Happy to make updates.
I'm Elaine Stanovsky, the Bishop of the Greater Northwest Area.
Phil Cow, Interethnic Coordinating Committee Chair.
I'm Lori Day, and I'm the Director of Connectional Ministries for the Oregon Idaho Conference.
I am Jorge Dominguez, the Director of Connectional Ministries for California and Nevada Conference.
I'm Rhonda Cordell. I am the UMVIM coordinator for the Western Jurisdiction, representing Doug Lewis, a board chair.
Thank you. I'm David Valera, serving as Director of Connectional Ministries Pacific Northwest Conference.
I'm Evelyn Warren, the Communications Director for the Mountain Sky Conference.
Karen Nelson, Chair of Program and Arrangements for Jurisdictional Conference.
I'm Christina Gonzalez. I'm here for Craig Brown, who chairs the developers group. So I'm a substitute.
All right, thank you all. And thank you, Annie, again, for keeping us on track and knowing who we all are. So this next section, Annie, will be very important that our minutes capture our wisdom. And what I'd like to do is just go around the table and ask for whatever reflections your little group would want to present based on your conversation. And why don't we start over here with I was going to say the middle. I guess it's kind of in the middle. So with Lori and George and Rhonda.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it's hard to have a middle of a circle when you're not talking about, when you're talking about the perimeter. So we talked about, yes, we do think that these values represent the work that we would want included for this discernment process, and identified sort of 3 ways that this could be used, that we think it should be used. That we like the model, the sort of the flow, the way we can use it, with the understanding that this is an example and that each of the points within these blocks would need to be updated to be specific to, so we're talking about the episcopacy process. And then we identified 3 separate ways that a rubric like this would be helpful. So one is to discern if the individual where the individual lies in terms of their experience, what we have seen in their work. So one is about the individual. One is about the role of the episcopacy. What do we see? What would we like to see? How would we sort of categorize these? How would you categorize these values in the living out of the role? So, if for inclusion, what is an example of developing understanding that we would want to see within the role of the episcopacy? And then the third one is the discernment process. So as the process is being created, how would we evaluate the process based on these values to make sure that we are, in all that we're doing, we really feel like we need to be, within the developing understanding, consistent practice, and moving into the transformation pieces. So, and that as we look at the individuals with the understanding of the team, it's okay to have different individuals in different places, but when they're paired with other members of the team, we're helping everyone together move further to the right side of the page.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Let's move on then to the next table group.
Why are you both looking at me? I will first of all have to say, Lori, I really appreciate what your group did because we were not that specific. Our conversation was much more generalized, and we actually went a little beyond saying, okay, this is a great rubric for working with that casting the net and helping see where people are on this rubric, but that this rubric has great potential to be used in our annual conferences and in our local churches, because part of what it does is instead of just saying the word, oh, we have this value of inclusion, it helps us understand what does inclusion mean. And for each of these, it helps us understand that. So we're using a common understanding as we do our work. Thank you. Anything else you want to add? Okay.
Which of my compatriots?
You start. So we'll hand it off. Sure.
So as we As we looked, am I on?
Yeah.
As we looked at the value statements and the mission and vision in relationship to how we discern Episcopal leadership, we brought it down. I'm going to talk about one word, and then I'll hand it off to you for the other. We talked about this adding to relevance. The relevance of the church in relationship to community, the relevance of the church in relationship to our mission and vision in the world. So then looking at what is the discernment process that helps us understand the experience, the skill set within those that are discerning whether to come forward as potential Episcopal leaders, the actualization of the term relevance.
And so then what would accompany that is looking for leadership who also have a resonant style of leading. So relevance and resonance, a way of attracting, a way of inspiring, a leadership that can be felt not only within the church, but also in the communities that we serve, because that is the type of leader that would be required to resist the inertia of the institution and all of the ways it draws you away from communities and closer to the systemic concerns. So those two things we thought were really key.
Thank you. Next table.
We found it very practical in all of the ways you have named, and you've named more than we got to. Practical in the work in front of us of looking at the episcopacy, looking at the work in a district, a connection, a local church. And we talked about that the church often leaves people behind, that some may move to a different place on that developmental scale, but then leaves others behind, and that the role of the church at every level is to develop this capacity. What would you add?
And the next table.
I must admit on behalf of the three of us that we also spent time looking at the document. And I think I wanted to highlight what Bishop Elaine shared with regards to make the LGBTQIA part of a major intentional way of the work, and that it's not only a footnote and a shadow, that we find it here, especially in the work of the Council of Bishops, in which we have prophetic voices, and the Western jurisdiction is the very strong jurisdiction that works not only in the work of inclusion, but also decolonization. And it was mentioned how Lisa has been very helpful in the working of this rubric. But also, I also shared in the group that as a person of color and as a Filipino, I started to use my Filipino thinking process like, what is a rubric? And how do we use this in the Inter-Ethnic Coordinating Committee work, especially that we made a decision on Thursday that we will do series of conversations with the mission values and vision of the Western jurisdiction to see how we can well participate in the circle of conversation Can I share it, Bishop? Because the image that came to me is the rubric cube.
Oh.
And
Yes.
it's not a movement, but then it's a circling in a table or square manner, because we don't think in a movement like that. We think of a circle movement that we go into the very center of our existence.
That's great, thank you.
So, and then I asked the Bishop, what's the other word for rubric? And Bishop, yes, please.
And I said, I didn't think that would communicate to the most United Methodists that I know. So just language could be more accessible.
Thank you. So what we have shared is that there may be some various ways that this work before us can be used to inform the discernment process, and we want to wait and see if anyone online wants to add anything.
Donna, this is Mark. I would just add, I really appreciated Lori's comments. The piece that jumped out at me is when either as individuals discerning or as us as ultimately delegates discerning people who have put themselves forward, everybody's going to be at a different place in each of these things. And what is not here is any sense of prioritization, because it strikes me that it's unlikely that any one person is going to be at the highest level on all of these things. And so that's where the discernment continues. This is a helpful document to think about and reflect, but I'm not sure it ultimately leads to an end decision without that sense of prioritization.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else online want to jump in here? Okay, I don't see anyone. So we've heard from our conversation that there may be a number of ways that this could help to inform discernment, both for the individual and for the community, trying to discern the team of leaders that we need. Are you willing to affirm then that we pass this information on to the folks who are creating the systems for the process and ask them to include it in some of the ways that we have mentioned? So our minutes would go, with the information, not just the standalone. Would you affirm that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Question?
Maybe you're already going to answer this question. There was some conversation in some circles, and they all blurred together now, yesterday, about the possibility of some or all of this being taken to annual conferences.
Yes.
To be embraced. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, I see that as part of the development of the discernment process, is going to annual conferences as well.
Thank you.
And we will talk about how this development is happening in just a moment, because there will be, well, there's work to be done, right? So before we get to that, though, the second item that we, as a leadership team, committed to in the process over the last couple of days was to enable each annual conference to cast a wider net by affirming discerning candidates at annual conference session rather than endorsing a smaller number of persons to be elected. And George, would you want to speak to that?
Yes, I would. everything that we do is based on values. Even if we don't acknowledge, or even if we don't agree with those values. And our church is very competent in creating processes without disclosing the values that the process exists. We all talk about Robert Rules of Order. There are values behind that. And there are values that are based on specific ways of deciding things that we know, and here in the West, we do recognize that they do not represent all of our different cultures' ways of deciding things. So to think about the process of selecting, endorsing candidates, and then electing bishops, without us thinking that there are values behind the process that we currently use, we are actually ignoring that they are set in one ways and produce a certain result. They don't produce a different result if we don't first acknowledge that there is something that guides this process. And to me, it is a process that is very much based on our U.S. culture of individualism. We all talk about the American dream. If you work hard, you'll make it. And we know that it's not true. It's not a playing field. It's not something that everybody will work hard and get to that place, because there's systemic racism. There are structural racism in the society. There are historical ways of disempowering whole communities for individuals from those communities will have a much bigger challenge to actually get to that possibility. So if we don't recognize that our democratic system and how the church does election includes that value of individualism, we are not looking into how to bring this different and rich other ways of doing things to the table. So our selection process, and we were looking at the different standing rules and what is in the Book of Discipline, it is a process that filters and filters until we get the one candidate that we choose. So it is a process that goes with a funnel, but it starts even in our annual conference endorsement process. There may be names that were raised. They have to have a threshold of people supporting. And then we vote until somebody gets to 50 plus one. And then we decide if we want to go to the next one or not. But it's how we get the best candidate to have the biggest chance to get to that one spot, right? So what we have right now, and this could be a unique time, it's very, very rare that we are electing more than half of our Episcopal leadership in the Western jurisdiction. It is unique, is unprecedented, and it is, in some sense, an opportunity and a blessing. Because we can not just look for that one individual that will fill that one spot, but we can look to a team of individuals that will fill all the available spots and be a combined group of people in that leadership role. When we were looking at this grid of the values, we were thinking, well, you could have people in different places in this grid, and that is great. It is a mosaic. It is the kind of things that, like Fel was leading us yesterday on the interethnic, even if you have the same piece of cloth, the same color, the stories and the meaning that you bring to that make it a mosaic, even if it is the same color.
The idea of asking the annual conferences, say more about that.
Yes.
To do the wider net.
So in looking into the process that the conferences are looking at, we realize that we have a process that the conferences are starting now for this month of June, and to endorse candidates that goes in this direction of filtering. We also know that we find difficult sometimes that individuals from different communities of color will just throw their names in the hat. Culturally, that sometimes they don't feel that that's appropriate. So we need to change the language and the meaning of this process. We want to do a discernment process. A discernment process is not just an individual discernment, but it's also a collective discernment. It is a discernment for a team of people. So we need to use the different image, which is casting a net to bring individuals to this process. Not only for people who want to be bishops now, it might be for people even to explore what it is to be in this level of leadership, who may consider that for the future. Casting the net would also be a way to invite people to be part of the process, people who we may see that they have skills, talents, but that they are not considering for every good reasons. The only other thing I would say is that it is a process that we do a discernment as a collective process. It's not just those individuals doing discernment, it's we also doing discernment with them. We will need to know exactly what we want for this composition. We will need to know what responsibilities there are. And as part of the work group that we did, we put there those values that we want people to do things even beyond the traditional roles that we have. So I think we need to invite the annual conferences to cast the wide net to see who are all the potential people to participate in the process.
Thank you. So you all understand what we would be doing if we affirm this idea, which surfaced a day or two ago, is we would be sending a note to each of the annual conference sessions committees to ask that to invite them to consider doing this process of endorsement differently at their annual conference session, to see it more as endorsing or inviting into discernment rather than lifting up individuals necessarily for election. Any questions?
I'm going to ask. Oh, I thought I was, sorry. There. What does that do to standing rules? Would we have to suspend them in order to?
In some places, we probably would.
Okay.
It would, biannual conference.
Right.
Each annual conference session would need to look at their rules, if they agreed to do this, and then determine whether or not it would mean suspending the rule.
Yep. So it seems to me that we would have a lot of education to do so that people would feel comfortable moving into this new model. I love this model, but to get from here to there in 2 months.
So offering a process of how to do this would be part of us agreeing that we want to endorse this.
Each conference would have to. I think each conference would have to figure that out because the rules are quite different between the conferences. And I think they've begun to look at that.
And you're absolutely right. They are different, slightly different. But I think that the description of the process, in all of the rules, it said that the jurisdictional process is presented at the beginning of the annual conference, and if the description of the process that will come from the Episcopacy Committee brings this different idea, I think each annual conference would have to do a suspension of the rules to include this process this time.
I'm, sorry, no, please, no, please.
I think the key language we're trying to look for is invitation. We are inviting the annual conferences to consider this and find a way by which in their process, if they find this helpful, can find the means so that we're not going up against rules as per se, but really trying to bring in a new process of thinking in a collective way. I just want to also say that as I was listening to the process of the group, I realized that I went back to my role as a DCM and thought, how, if we do this for the Episcopal team, I'll just use that term for now, Episcopal leadership team of the jurisdiction, I, as a conference staff, and my staff too, and the leadership of the conference has to also embrace that and see now, oh, my bishop is not just like, no, why are you always traveling, bishop? You have to be here with us because you're our bishop. I used to have that attitude. And now see that there is this permission for the permeable boundaries that we've always been talking about in the Western jurisdiction to say, well, how does that go, is that going to live out now? And what are my expectations from this process that we're trying to bring in of being more of a collaborative and more really the imagery of the wider net is not just to cast in, but even in our work, we have to recast that again so that in our goal of making disciples or making disciples of being the church is something else that we can really cast wider. Thank you.
And I love this. I mean, but as I think of, we have a group of people who know to vote yay or nay. That's, you know, that Robert Rules of Order, which drives me crazy, but we've been in this, right? And we've come up with this over hours and hours and hours and hours. How do we take this home and have buy-in so that our folks will be like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what we want and need because we're a part of something bigger.
Well, I think it's important to remember we are not the only folks who talked about this and were excited by this. Our first elected delegates are there with us. And they are going back to their annual conferences, and they will be, sharing this information with their delegations. So I think that we do already have a number of people primed. And I would hate to see us not try this because we're fearful of the naysayers.
And I hope I'm not saying be fearful of the naysayers. I want to bring as many people along as possible. And again, we've had a lot of time to process, and we know how suspicious our folks are of people coming in from the top saying, here's the new model, without helping them live into it. So I go to, how can we help our annual conferences live into this without getting a reactive that we can't even imagine, but would be waiting. So I'm not saying be fearful. I'm saying how to be thoughtful as we move into this.
Mary?
So this is moving ahead a little bit into the report from the Committee on Episcopacy. But one of the commitments the Committee on Episcopacy made was by May 1st, after working with the college, the leadership team, the first electeds, to have a letter that is sent to a variety of people, including the annual conferences, including first electeds, that invites a time of discernment, so that individuals would start, well, first of all, so that the conferences would have some language around how to start preparing for conference in a way that begins to see this in a different way, and that having created this resource with a body, including the Interethnic Commission, that we might think ahead of some of the things you might run into there, and that it would not first happen at that conference, but that information through our communicators would begin to be cast. And so individuals could begin thinking, am I called? Am I called? And the collective could be thinking about who is called, who among us, and to begin looking, to begin thinking, to begin dreaming, whether that's a local church or the first electeds or the caucuses, so that we would be casting a net, to use that word, but that resource there's commitment to have by May 1st in your hands. Christine?
It seems to me that in order to move us off what is known, we may want to offer or invite, as David said, into practicing the values that we state. So in the West, we attempt to practice inclusion, right? We attempt to practice inclusion. We don't always practice inclusion. So how is it that in making this invitation, we take what is here, and probably this is too many words to use for that invitation. But how do we cast this as an invitation in this moment in time where we have the opportunity to elect 4 bishops to live into the practice of inclusion? And this process is the beginning of that.
Yes, Lori.
Going back to Bishop Karen's comments about it's going to take a lot of education to do this, I wonder if we have the opportunity to create some video that would explain what we're intending to do, talk about the process, provide some of that education, because then if we have it in a video form, it can be used in multiple settings, and you don't have to have the key people that deeply understand and can easily present it available at different times. But if we could create a video of it that then could be used, shared through communications, used at district and circuit gatherings and, other occasions, including during annual conference, that if we could put together one time, then we can just continue to use it and share it.
Yes, Phil.
Hello, is it working? I'm just wondering about the process that it will really take a long time because it's a big cultural change, especially with the mindsets that we have right now. Because for me, even election is a colonial influence. As I was sharing with Bishop Elaine earlier about the election in the Philippines that falls into the traditional politics, that the son of the late Ferdinand Marcos, Bongbong Marcos, is the prominent one that will win because of how the people's colonial minds have been set into only good men or men could lead the country, and the money that they have could really help the people who are poor. And so I'm just thinking that the process will really involve education, reorientation, and I don't know how even in the interethnic communities, we have been influenced by way of this is the election that we do for how many number of years, and then how would that really impact the decision-making body of the connectional church? I don't know, I'm just putting that on the table, yeah.
Absolutely. This is, we are asking for there to be some attempt at changing how we view the whole kit and caboodle, the whole, process of finding and consecrating our Episcopal leaders.
Just to add, Donna, sorry, and we are very glad that we are part of this, and we would really be supporting this.
Great.
Yeah.
So let me try this. And I hear a lot of concern about how this gets communicated and the desire to be thoughtful and well-prepared and careful and invitational. We also used the word enable annual conferences at one point. So let me try this. Are you all in agreement that this invitation should be advanced to the team that is working with the Committee on Episcopacy to create the May 1st information so that it can be included, this invitation to do the annual conference session a little differently can be included in the May 1st information that goes out? Would you all agree to that?
Excuse me, Donna, we do have a hand up.
Oh, thank you. I can't, is it Mark?
Hi, Donna. So I wonder, how are we at the jurisdictional conference going to be handling the election of bishops differently? And if we don't have an answer to that question, if we do have an answer to that question, maybe it would be helpful to forward that to the annual conferences so that they'd understand how our process is going to be different to reflect these values. And if we're not going to handle it differently, how does that play out in this request to annual conferences?
You should ask that. Mary has the answer.
Good question, Mark. The May 1st deadline is designed to help invite individuals. We have a commitment in the Committee on Episcopacy to partner with the IECC, the leadership team, first electeds, the college, who am I, is that? And the Committee on Episcopacy, to develop a cross-functional team that would develop a process that includes furthering the discernment time for individuals prior to jurisdictional conference. And there were a lot of very specific ideas about how to help discernment happen both individually and communally prior to jurisdictional conference, as well as a process at jurisdictional conference and an onboarding after jurisdictional conference and support and accountability after that, that would begin to embody more of the values developed by the leadership team. And that would be available by June 1st in at least some kind of rough form, knowing that we would take more time to flesh that out and hoping that elections would be in November, not August.
So it strikes me that all of that is helpful for annual conferences to be aware of. But the piece that I'm still wondering about is the actual election. Because what I'm hearing in this conversation is that we're asking conferences to change what have been the equivalent of actual elections or endorsements. The parallel piece for the jurisdiction is the actual election. If that very discrete piece is not going to be handled in a radically different way, then I wonder what the reaction of the annual conferences would be. So I have no idea what the conversations have been, but just as a sort of, in some ways, outlandish kind of example, if we thought that in essence, candidates for the episcopacy were going to spend discernment time and form themselves into teams of 4, and the election was going to be of a team of 4 together because they'd pieced together what were going to be these different skill sets, then that would be a radically different approach that could change the way annual conferences were handling. But if our elections are going to continue to be one bishop at a time to 50% plus 1, then I don't know what the reaction of the annual conferences would be to whether they need to have a different process in sending people forward.
Those are really good points. And I'm writing them down so that that team that's going to be working with this can be looking at that, because you're right, it will make a difference.
Any other questions? Yes, Bishop Elaine.
I don't have a question, but I just have a comment. It's so hard to imagine how this process will look when we experiment with it. But 2 thoughts that come to my mind that are just troubling me, and I don't quite know what to do with them. I'm remembering a time when a delegation that I served on had a number of candidates emerging from within the conference. And it became clear that the delegation would not support one of those. And in a very painful process, the lay and clergy heads of delegations sat down with that person and said, we don't want you to go to jurisdictional conference thinking that you will have the support of the delegation when you won't. Now, I'm not sure what question that brings to us or what light it sheds, but the broader the pool of people we bring forward, the more potential harm, I think, is there. So what is supportive community? How do we care for people in that process? Was it responsible for 2 people to go in, or was that part of the funneling, right? Was that part of the funnel? I just think those are great questions. So I want you to have that story. The other thing that troubles me, and this goes back to History of Christian Thought 101 as at the University of Puget Sound, where, and I don't even know if this is historically accurate, but one of the distinctions between the Eastern and the Western Church way back when they split that was explained to us in my course was that bishops in the Eastern Church emerged from the community that they were going to serve. And these were kind of metropolitan, right? These are not big geographical areas. People knew the people, and there was a sort of a natural way in which bishops emerged. And that contrasted to a very hierarchical way, centralized way in the Western Church, where the hierarchy knew what was best, and there was a hierarchy, which is really, I mean, we don't think of our delegations as hierarchical, but they are, right? And so a provocative thought that I've had in recent years, and I was ecumenical director for 5 years. The Episcopal Church elects, the diocese elects their own bishop, and they can elect them from anywhere, but they have to live with the person they elect. And I'm curious about that model for us, and I wonder if we wouldn't have a whole different, more collegial accountability system if the place that the person served, now, what would a team look like? I mean, then that provokes the question in the jurisdiction, how would you form a team among people who simply were sent by their area as the bishops? Anyway, I just think as we begin to broaden our thinking, there are a variety of ways in which to broaden it.
The fact that we are such a small jurisdiction, anyone with a long tenure will wind up serving their own. I mean, it's interesting. We don't think about that. It's always, well, we're sending somebody. Sometimes for good or bad. But the fact is, if we're not thinking this is someone we would want in our,
Right.
one of ours that we would actually want, we don't think that way. We don't think that way. But the fact is, if someone has 20 years of service, most likely they're going to be serving.
Go ahead, Mark. Well, I just wanted to make an observation. It's interesting to me that over the course of the last 2 days, this idea had a great deal of appeal. And every time we visit it, we end up coming up with other ideas. And I think that that's part of the process of change. And I'm finding myself wondering, at what point do we need to make some movement and see what happens?
I assumed we were all ready with this plan, and I was planting seeds for further conversation for another time.
Okay.
So don't mishear me. I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
And for me as well, I'm in, but as a leader, I need to think 10 steps ahead. And I'm thinking 10 steps ahead and saying, oh, I'm starting to see the roadblocks. So I hope you don't hear, yeah.
The more we can see those roadblocks now,
Right.
please surface them. Whether that's here in this meeting or to me and I can get them, but we need, as you look ahead, that's going to be important.
Right, that's what.
Mark?
Just going to say that I was thinking through what this looks like internally in our own processes. I'm looking through what that looks like. But my next thought was along the lines of where Mark started and where Bishop Elaine continued, that if we're going to reimagine this initial process, then we owe it to ourselves to reimagine the election process and to reimagine the assignment process, because I can tell you from experience, there are things built into the assignment process that make assumptions on top of the other two elements. And so if, in my mind, we should be willing to go the full way and reimagine the layout and the process for election. So not to stop with the initial piece, with the nomination piece or whatever language we use around that, not to stop with the election piece when everyone gathers at jurisdictional conference, and certainly not to stop with the assignment. And so the Episcopacy Committee is two pieces of that. Other groups, well, actually all three pieces, but the burden comes a little bit on the Episcopacy Committee because they lay out the process for the election and they lay out the process for assignment. And so I think we do a little bit of a injustice to the bigger picture that we've been talking about for the last couple of days if we don't go all the way through the whole process. Which you may have all already assumed, but I wanted to make sure that we articulate that in an outward and visible way, that there are elements beyond this first piece that I think we need to commit to.
Thank you. I saw David's hand.
I love the forward thinking and committees and boards and agencies. I also want to make sure, just to use the word, and we have to also wait on the Spirit to really move us again if we need to. Because if we are too rigid with what we're trying to do, then we've taken over the whole excitement of what keeps coming up, as Donna said. It seems every time we have a conversation on this, something new is coming. If we lose that, then we go back to like what's in black and white, and that's the only thing we're going to do. And I'm just worried that we might lose where the Spirit is leading us at this point.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Christina.
I'm just wondering if part of the work of the cross-functional team is to ask the question, what if we can't get this done at the annual conference this year? Right? So maybe the endorsement happens as it normally happens. Well, what's our pivot in order to take steps to make this, to actualize this, even if we can't get it done there in June?
Good suggestion. All right, so I'm going to test something here. I heard a couple of you say that we felt like we were already at consensus, so let's see if we are. Would you all agree that we are forwarding this notion of casting the wider net to the team that will put together the processes for discernment and election of Episcopal candidates, for them to hopefully include this in the May 1st information that goes out to the entire world, including all of the annual conference sessions committees? Are we in agreement?
Yes.
Okay, great. Val?
Question.
Yes.
In the conversation we had on Thursday, correct me if I'm wrong, Bishop Elaine, we asked Bishop Elaine if the dates of the jurisdictional conference to elect bishops in November has already been decided on by, excuse me, by the Judicial Council, and it's not. So I was wondering, like, is there a possibility to have the election in July of 2023 to give more time for the process to be introduced to the local churches, I mean to the annual conferences, and that would really prepare us more into the collective way of...
Right. And of course, that's not our decision.
Yeah, so, yeah.
We're waiting on the Judicial Council to determine whether the November elections will happen.
And follow-up with that is, I heard the word, the College of Bishops are the ones advocating for the dates in November, but if the advocacy would be changed, then this would really give us more time for introducing the discernment process.
If I may, so, Phil, it's the Council of Bishops, the leadership, is this fair to say, the leadership of the Council of Bishops that's advocating for November at this point?
Thank you.
And Bishop Olavino may...
I believe we have someone who'd like to speak online.
Yeah, I wanted to weigh in since we're moving forward, and I think that that's fine. I'm reminded of the statistic that 70 to 90% of all change initiatives fail in any organization. And the church is no stranger to that failure rate, by the way. So I think that this is such a complex change process because you're having multiple entities involved that you're going to have to deal with setbacks all along the ways. And I especially think that's true in the annual conferences because you're trying to change ethoses that have been decades in place. You're also trying to change a process where the rules have been a certain type of election regulations for those running or those making themselves available. So I think thinking through how the jurisdiction is going to handle this is what we need to focus on. How are we handling the the discernment process and the election process as a jurisdiction? We can't do too much about the annual conferences. But if things start to fall apart, what then is our pivot points? I think that Episcopacy Committee needs to think through that. And if we're presiding, we need to be on top of that one also, to find the best way that we can manage the failures that will take place. I mean, it's not just a question of if, it's going to be will. So let's start thinking about contingencies all along the line in terms of how we're going to slowly put this in place and get a direction that would be helpful in preparation.
Thank you, Grant. Yes.
In terms of also naming roadblocks for us to think ahead, it's important to remember that we are talking about the annual conferences for the process of identifying potential individuals to participate in the discernment process. But we need to remember that the electors are the delegations, and they are a separate body. They are not mandated by the annual conference to do this. And on the other hand, if a conference decides to accept the invitation to engage with the discernment, the delegation needs to be also educated. They may have different values in their, what they commit to take to the vote. And it could be in the other direction. A conference that may decide only to bring one name could have a delegation that say, no, we embrace this broad discernment. So to think about the annual conference education, the actual delegations is another important stakeholder.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move us on to the next item on our agenda, which is related. As the Committee on Episcopacy and a few of the folks from around the leadership team were having some conversation about this notion of extending the discernment to make it a more communal experience. It occurred to us that there might be a need for some funding to do this. One possibility would be we might want to hire a consultant to help us with the whole notion of discernment, and that we also, there may be some expense if we go to doing some videos production. There may be some expense if we choose to offer an in-person event for discerning individuals. And so I am going to look at, I'm going to draw on Diane Knutson now for some help with this, and also Mark Bateman. The kind of the ballpark figure that came to mind was $20,000. And I'm asking, is there somewhere in the jurisdictional budget that you could see that money being accessed? And the one place that I wondered about was through the line item for leadership team expenses, since we have not met in person for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think that's a valid place to look. There's about, $23,000 left there if we were still just operating on a 4-year budget. So I think that makes sense to use that line item.
Okay. Is there any discussion of that? This would be something that, as a team, we would need to approve, the setting aside of that money, up to $20,000. Would you approve it?
Diane, just to make sure that we're all tracking the numbers, you said 23,000, so we're talking about allocating 20 of that $23,000.
Right. And then, and of course, we'll have the expenses of today's meeting, but I still think we'll be okay.
I read this when we first got the finance report. We haven't received the finance report and been able to ask questions, right?
Correct.
So one of the questions I had, is it appropriate to ask a kind of big picture question? Diane and Mark, it looked to me and I didn't study this, but it looked to me at a quick glance as though the expenditures were, they were 6-year expenditures on a 4-year budget, but there's been 6 years of income. Am I mistaken about that?
No, that's right. The budget numbers you see on the expense side are still reflecting just a 4-year budget, but almost all of our conferences are still paying their jurisdictional apportionments. So what I've told committees when they've asked is that if you have a budget on the 4-year budget for your committee, just make it an annualized number and add 2 more years to it, basically. So there's that piece that is not really reflected in the spreadsheet in the remaining column. The remaining column really just reflects what would be remaining of a 4-year budget.
That's really helpful. And so I wonder if we could ask the JCFA to create that report with a column that anticipates a more real, like a spending plan that calculates the additional income.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
That was a great question and a very reassuring answer. We're rich, yeah. Yes.
I have a question about how rich we really are. Well, and because I want us to think about the fact that, we didn't have jurisdictional conference in 2020, but if we're going to have it in 2024, then we don't want to eat into too much of that next 2 years. Although I'd like to be able to know that there's a little flexibility, because I have no idea what this one's going to cost us, because it's not going to look the same as any other one. So I just want us to be aware of that if we use up that other 2 years, what are we doing to ourselves for 2024? For some things like jurisdictional conference, it only happens supposedly every 4 years.
Yeah, I think that if we have a jurisdictional conference this November and then we have another one in 2024, then we'll have to be careful around our projections. But I'm not sure if that's what the plan is or if we'll have one 4 years from now. So
No.
Can anybody speak to that?
But Diane, wouldn't it be accurate to say that if we stuck to, for this coming jurisdictional conference, we stuck to the 4-year budget that would have been 2020, then we'll be fine because we've got 4 additional years of collection before the next, or if we don't spend 6 years on this one, then we're okay when we get to the next one.
We're not planning to spend 6 years' money on this one. But who knows?
Yeah, I think we're
We're
going
gonna have a big party, right, Karen?
Okay. Would you all agree? It sounds like we are hearing from our financial folks that there is money to allocate up to $20,000 for this discernment process work. If you would approve that, would you raise your hand? Anyone not approve? It has been approved. Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and come back at 11 o'clock. That's right. Thank you. Okay. Should we wait for you to come Friends, it's time to come back and reconvene. Thank you. Come back together. We need to come back to the tables, please. One of the challenges of doing this work both in person and online is that we who are here in person need to be mindful and respectful of the time for those who are online. And when we don't come back in a timely manner, they're just kind of hanging out there waiting on us. So we are going to get started again, and the next item on the agenda is coming from the Interethnic Coordinating Committee. And I know that you all had a meeting, was it yesterday? Thursday. And so there's some, hot off the press potential action items. But there, before you get to that, Phil, I wonder if you would present the action request that came in your report, which you very helpfully sent in prior to this meeting, which everyone did receive by email. Your recommendation related to the jurisdictional conference worship. And we'll deal with that first, and then we would like to hear anything that came out of your meeting on Thursday.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. All right. And of course, as Donna sent you a copy of our report, if I may invite you to turn to the update on the inquiry regarding the referral to IECC from the Mission Cabinet. We come to the point on page 3, bringing up this recommendation that one member or two members from the Western Jurisdiction IECC serve on the Planning and Arrangement Committee of the Western Jurisdictional Conference or sessions and provide support and assistance to the coordinator for worship for an intentional inclusion of diversity in worship.
Tell us a little bit about the history of this recommendation, where it comes
And
from.
of course, thank you, Donna. As you find in the report, the Cal Nevada delegation brought up a concern to the College of Bishops about the lack of diversity in worship leading at our special session called Jurisdictional Conference in July of 2021. And when the College of Bishops with the Mission Cabinet met through George Dominguez, the concern was referred to us. And we did our work with Lori's help and the executive committee of contacting people. Like Karen sent us a very good letter as a response. And also the conference secretary, Bradley. And then we even received a copy of the observation of the General Commission on Religion and Race. And so in order to help and address the issue of inclusion and diversity in leading worship, this is what, on behalf of the executive committee and the IECC, is bringing up to the table.
Great, thank you so much. Any questions for Fel on this issue? Here, you can have your very own. Yeah.
Is it on? Oh, yeah, it's on. Fel, I really appreciate this work that you did. Did you have an opportunity to talk with the person who led, who put together the worship as well, Reverend Jennifer Lambert? Or, yeah.
No, we did not.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
taking your report as well, that's why I included your words here.
Yeah, I noticed that. I didn't know I was going to be quoted
Yeah.
when I wrote that email.
But then Lori has been really helpful in communicating as much as more information that we could gather.
Okay.
And we were also, as a member of the delegation from Cal Nevada, I also informed them that it has been referred to us and we're working on it. And then that's why we are bringing this to the body of our leadership team.
Well, I welcome your help in doing the worship planning. One thing I will have to say is that the person who did the worship planning, who was the identified person on program and arrangements, has since resigned from the committee. So we're actually looking for a worship coordinator. So I don't know who you'll be working with, but I welcome the help.
Okay. So if this would be approved or affirmed by the body, then we can go back to the IECC so that we can have a discussion on who the one or two people that would be engaged in the worship planning.
Any other questions or comments on this? If you would approve this recommendation, would you say yes? Yes. Anyone not approve it? Fabulous. Thank you so much. Now, tell us about what happened on Thursday.
And for the sake of time frame, how much time is allowed or allotted for this item in our meeting? So that I know how to gauge
I would
myself.
say if you need 30 minutes, take 30 minutes. If you don't need it, don't take it.
Awesome. So if I may pass this report, and I am mindful now of the members of the leadership team that are on the Zoom call, and we have staff members that I could really seek assistance. I asked Julie to make copies of this for me for our use this morning, and then Kathy helped as well. If this report could also be sent to Bishop Hagia, Diane, Mark, and Lisa, and
Yes, this is now available in the Dropbox, and I will put the link again in the
Very
chat.
thank you, Toby. Since, let me grab this very powerful image. Give me a minute. Since we haven't really met in person for like maybe 2 years or more than 2 years, as part of our connecting with each other as inter-ethnic coordinating committee, I led the conversation in sharing stories of struggle, stories of injustice as experience, and what are our hopes in serving God and making disciples of Jesus in the connection of the jurisdiction and the whole United Methodist Church. And this is what George mentioned earlier. As pieces of fabrics were woven together, or what's the right English term? Actually sewed. It's okay.
Can I hold it behind?
Yes. And listening to the stories, we may turn it over like this.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, that way.
There you go. Yeah. Stories from Brazil, stories from Fiji, stories from the Philippines, and stories from Hawaii, Pacific Island. The stories of struggles, of experiencing discrimination, racism, have been woven together like a beautiful tapestry that we will prevail. And that the flowers right in the very center are stories of beauty of the struggle with ingenuity, in which this is what we offer in the circle of the extended conversation. Actually, when I was finishing the final touches of the tapestry, my wife gave me like, "Is that a picture of a home?" And then I said, "I didn't realize that it would picture a home. And so it is like a home of broken pieces in sometimes a dysfunctional United Methodist family." Thank you, David. So, and that's how we gathered our stories that led into our conversation. And if you may follow me along with the supplemental report. The meeting of the IECC was held, of course, on Thursday from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m. Wow, 15 people showed up in person and 5 members via Zoom. And our committee was very appreciative of the person's prayers and support by Bishop Elaine. And the meeting provided very timely and needed space for conversation, which served like an extension of the circle of the conversation called for by the Episcopacy Committee in working on the discernment process, in creating a different culture in the election of our Episcopal leaders. As I was sharing earlier, narratives, witnesses, and experiences of discrimination and racism from the church institution, our beloved United Methodist Church, were shared, and yet ingenuity, resilience, courage, faith, and commitment to the mission of the church sustained the interethnic leaders and deepened the commitment to serve and contribute to the discernment process. This is the recommendation, if it could be in a formal recommendation, that we all collectively brought up to the table and circle of our conversation. Our Interethnic Coordinating Committee, with the support of the leadership team, brings with very strong conviction to the Episcopacy Committee and the first elected delegates the intentional inclusion in the circle of conversation on the discernment process the following progressive actions that IECC is engaged. Number 1, decentering whiteness. Number 2, dismantling racism. And number 3, decolonization. In the IECC circle of conversation, we heard voices of pain from our Native American sibling leaders who suffered from racism, and also from our Marcha West sibling leaders, how the suspension of Bishop Minerva Carcaño brought them pain, grave concerns with the stigma the suspension created in the Hispanic Latino community and all Black indigenous people of color. It was shared in the meeting with transparency that I, as the chair of IECC, is in receipt of the open letter from Marcia addressed to the College of Bishops and the Episcopacy Committee. It was also shared in the meeting that the chair received a copy of the response from the College of Bishops and the Episcopacy Committee sent by Bishop Karen Oliveto. In the support of the 3 Ds, decentering whiteness, dismantling racism, and decolonization, with the major D of discernment process, we're bringing forward to you, number 1, prayerful accompaniment for all parties involved in the suspension process of Bishop Minerva Carcaño. And what is the rubric for applying suspension? Highlighting the words when deemed appropriate language, paragraph 1413.3.a. It's not part of the conversation here, but Mona Lisa Tuwitahi brought up an observation in a very objective way that there were charges or complaints filed against Bishop Karen Oliveto, but she was not put into a leave of absence or suspension. But with Bishop Minerva Carcaño, she is put on a suspension, which is part of the supervisory process. We didn't have any answers to those, nor exploring into the details of the complaints, because we will not go into that. And the number 2, we are wanting to bring into the table a consideration of the review of the current process for fairness and consistency to all involved to preserve justice and dignity for all. And part of that conversation is also like a long-term way of looking at the provision in the Book of Discipline that Lori helped us as well in looking at maybe there could be changes and amendments in that provision in the future through the General Conference decision. And so the IECC is committed to continue involvement and participation in the circles of conversation and working collectively on the discernment process in the election of our Episcopal leaders. And that's why I mentioned earlier that a series of conversations in the IECC is being planned to read, study the mission, vision, and values to help understand and embrace the alignment of all the steps being explored in the work of the discernment process. And part of my thinking process earlier is that with the approved budget for the conversation, are we included in that, in the series of conversations, or would we have separate budget as an ICC when we do our conversations as well? It's not part of the report, but I'm just bringing that up. IECC received the information from Bishop Elaine, and correct me if I'm wrong if I didn't put it in the right way here, regarding the College of Bishops initiative and mission priority in supporting the relief effort in Tonga, and also a proposal. Yeah.
Can I interrupt you here?
Sure.
Because I see you have a couple of action kind of
Okay.
items. I'm wondering if we should have some conversation about those first before we move on to the Tonga relief.
Okay, sure.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So,
Excuse me, Donna? On behalf of those that are online, is this a printed document that you guys have in front of you, or is what he's reading his own copy?
it is a printed copy that we have.
Can
and I-
someone forward that to me, please? Thank you.
Okay, I see the first recommendation is asking if the leadership team would join with the IECC to convey to the Episcopacy Committee and the first elected delegates the intentional inclusion in the discernment process, the efforts in which IECC is engaged of decentering whiteness, dismantling racism, and decolonization. Did I state that correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, anyone have any questions about that, or is there any discussion about that? Would you as a team affirm this recommendation? Yes? Excellent, thank you. Okay, yes.
And for the Committee on Episcopacy, we will want to work with you to make sure we are doing that and not just thinking we're doing that.
Great, wonderful.
Yes, and I would go out on a limb here to say that my recollection is that someone from IECC will be invited into the team that will actually plan the process of discernment. So
Correct me if I'm wrong, Donna and Mary, when we were at the IECC meeting and you mentioned about a retreat that could be planned in working on the discernment process, that there could be 2 or 3 members from our committee that could be invited to participate in that conversation.
To participate and to plan it.
And to plan, yes. Mhm. And that is why we can go back to our meetings and then it is the collective decision of the IECC who would those be, not necessarily the chair.
Yes.
In order to help in the word of the Methodist Church, perfecting the discernment process.
Amen. Let's go on to perfection. Yes. Thank you. So then the next thing that I see here that I believe is coming to us, well, I'm not sure. Let me ask. Is this coming to us for action of this team, the number 1 and number 2 under this complaint process? Is that accurate?
In our conversation, we were really put in a very difficult situation, like, are we coming up with a statement? Are we expecting any response from the leadership team? And then what we decided on is that number 1 and number 2 are integrated into the 1, 2, 3 Ds that we are bringing forth
Okay.
to the leadership team.
Okay, thank you. So that helps clarify for me. So it's not necessarily that we need to take any action on that.
Because we respect and we follow according to how how the communication came to us through Bishop Karen and Mary, and we were satisfied along with Marcha West, which is part of the IECC, and then at the same time bring up these questions to wrestle with, and how do we see the future if we have ever come up with situations like this again.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, now I'll stop interrupting you. And please tell us more about Tonga.
Yes, and I think before I move into that, the meeting, which turned to be a conversation, provided ways that pain and what people are going through could be shared in the circle. I believe people put investment as well in coming together to be heard. And on behalf of the IECC, we're very grateful that we have been heard in our conversation today. And so the following 2 items are in support with the College of Bishops initiative with the mission, with the Tonga Relief Mission. And then also the task force of the Tongan Relief Mission in the Western jurisdiction will be bringing a proposal to us. Maybe this is in addition to the initiative of the College of Bishops and what the annual conferences will be doing to support financially.
I believe it's all the same, yes?
Is it all the same, Bishop?
I think so. Grant would know best. Grant, I've seen a document that Grant. I believe Bishop Hagia will be able to interpret that best. I don't know if he's still, yeah, he is with us. So I'm not sure, is that on the agenda
It
somewhere
is,
today?
it's on the
Okay.
agenda next.
Okay, good.
Thank you for clarifying that. And so if we turn to the next page, I'm not sure how appropriate the recommendation is, but this is what is coming from us. That IECC recommends that the Western Jurisdiction Leadership Team designate a significant amount in the ongoing mission relief to Tonga. We did not specify any amount, and we rely on the jurisdictional operating budget, but the significant amount is what we are emphasizing today.
I'm going to suggest that we hold that and we include that in our conversation when we talk about the whole effort for Tonga relief. And that we remember that that was a piece of one way to respond that is being recommended. That makes sense?
Wonderful, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last piece of the supplemental report, Brother Hyok In, who is the one of the leaders of the National Korean Caucus, wanted this voice as well to be heard by the Western jurisdiction because they are really struggling right now as the Korean United Methodist Churches. And these are the exact words from him. After the announcement of the postponement of the General Conference, the atmosphere in the Korean churches has changed a lot from before. Since the special General Conference in 2019, there is an organization called the Korean Church Council, which has been established within the National Korean American Caucus. After the special General Conference, the Wesleyan Covenant Association continued to attempt to induce the organization to join. Therefore, some leaders of the organization and the lay leaders to which they belong have since made efforts to create a justification for the Korean Church to leave the United Methodist Church. However, the announcement of the postponement of the General Conference brought an atmosphere to the Korean community that their efforts would not go as planned. At the same time, the leaders of the Korean Church who want to remain in the denomination and the Korean pastors serving in various ministry are starting to agree on joint responses to cope with the future changes. We seek the unification of the church and oppose schism of the denomination for any reason, especially conflict or strife. We endeavor to create symbiosis in the diverse UMC community, and we continue to hope for the future of the Korean traditions within the UMC. And now we are trying to prevent improper attempts to confuse the Korean church with distorted logic. Instead, we are making efforts to convey more transparent and accurate information to the Korean church. And he added that there is a conversation being planned to take place in Hawaii, and that Bishop Grant and the staff of CalPAC are going together to be part and hear the conversation with the future of the Korean UMC in
That's great.
in our jurisdiction and across connection.
Bishop Elaine?
I did miss a portion of this meeting. I had a little conversation with Reverend Kwan personally, but can you clarify, should we be going back to our areas and funding people to go to that gathering in Hawaii, other than David Valera?
Oh, no. And the DC.
I mean, is that I don't know, I wasn't there for this part of the conversation. So just what takeaways should we have about supporting this effort? Because I was really heartened by what he's doing.
My immediate response is, thank you, Bishop, for your Episcopal perspective on this. We didn't have any conversation about that, but if that could be an action step from the body, we would really support that.
Are you wanting to speak or wanting to volunteer to travel?
Well, I'm speaking in support of the, because of this is a very momentous moment, and Bishop Elaine, it's not just me going, but it's thank you. But it's always, I guess, my own perspective of how do we document this and use this as a model, that when there is a particular group that feels this is an important part of our story, we need to capture this, and how do we share this? So that others, other groups, other folks who are struggling, whether they are minorities, whether they're caucuses, can also see that they do have a voice. And how do we share that? So much as I love to go to Hawaii, of course, there's a bigger story here that I think we need to share.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
And I wonder if our IECC committee could also bring this to our conversation, and that we could be represented to support and listen in that conversation as well.
It's happening soon, is it not?
Yeah, it'll be in 2 weeks. But keep in mind that that's not the central focus of this group. The central focus is to use their Partners in Ministry program as that's their sort of support of smaller Korean churches by larger Korean churches. That's the major agenda, is their work. So this is our advocacy is sort of tagged onto it. So there's not going to be a specific program to talk about this issue, I don't think. So we're there to try to connect individually with churches, to try to have the dialogue on an individual basis. So again, I'm not sure if it'd be worth sending somebody to something that is not that central focus. Yeah.
Yes, David?
Thank you, Bishop Grant. That's very important, because I think we need to just offer our way of saying we want to support this in every way we can, but we do need to be invited. And if they feel this is not a place for us yet, then we're okay with that too. I just want to be clear.
Well, yeah, it's not our event. It really is the Partners in Ministry conference. I'm sure that they would welcome anybody who would want to come. So that's not an issue. But I just want you to know the context. Yeah.
Bishop Elaine?
So Reverend Hyuk On In, I don't have his name yet, In Kwon. I think he has, and I don't, Grant, you and I still, Bishop Hagia, you and I still haven't had a chance to have a further conversation about how this relates to the official jurisdictional work, because his work is kind of out of Cal, Nevada, if I understand correctly. But he was staying with our kind of senior Korean pastor in the Pacific Northwest while he was here. And I think he's willing to continue, and very encouraging about the attitudes that he's hearing in our area among our Korean churches to not disaffiliate. And I think he's willing to work with us if that's helpful. But Bishop Hagia, we don't want to get on multiple tracks here. So maybe within the college we can have a conversation about how to make sure we're all aligned.
Why don't we do that, Elaine? This is an official event of the Western Jurisdiction Korean Mission and Ministry. Okay. Yeah, so it is official. Yeah.
Okay.
And I told the college, I think I told the leadership team, the mission cabinet, there's another movement in the East, New Jersey, coming out of there, called the Post-Separation Korean United Methodist Church. And this is a group that wants to stay in the mainstream. And they're countering the arguments of the WCA, World Methodist Group, in a very helpful way. We sent a representative from the West to them also. It might behoove us to have a jurisdictional representative to them also.
Do we want to talk about that, or we want the college to talk about that?
Either way.
Great. We'll ask the college to have that conversation.
Just to recall, Bishop Hagia is assigned as the college person who works with the Korean mission work. So that is part of our assignment, and I think we would benefit from that conversation. This is timely, right? The
Yes.
disaffiliation conversation is timely for us.
Absolutely.
I'm speaking for the president of the college, I'm sorry.
Duly noted. Thank you for being my surrogate.
We will continue in the IECC the conversation on how we will support the Korean United Methodist Church in this ongoing conversation that they have.
Great.
And so this ends my supplemental report. And if there are any other questions, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just want to say thank you for the work of the IECC, very important part of our jurisdiction, and appreciate the fact that you all traveled and spent considerable time after already spending considerable time here. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. And in my own word, it's very empowering to be engaged and to be involved, and we would walk together with you in this discernment process. When the roadblocks are being mentioned earlier with the discernment process being worked on, I'm riding a motorcycle. It's a big bike, and I took up a lesson and training from the CHP, the California Highway Patrol, so that I could really learn how to be safe in my driving. One of the trainings we had is that the sudden roadblock that comes to you while you're riding, and how do you maneuver in a very quick and wise way so that you won't fall into an accident and continue on in your direction. That's what came to me when we were talking about roadblocks. We have ways to sway the handlebar and address that in a way of not just avoiding it, but I know to confront it. So just lifting it up in our conversation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I got a note saying, a reminder that this meeting is being live streamed. I'm not sure why I received that. Is there some concern, Lori?
Just want people to know, as we're having conversations, our conversation is available to be heard beyond the people in the room, physically or by Zoom. And so just wanted everyone to know that our conversation is being live streamed.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to talk about Tonga relief efforts. And Bishop Grant has presented a proposal that I'm hoping he will walk us through.
Sure, thank you. I'm stepping in for Bishop Carcaño on this particular assignment, and so I think we're up to speed now. We do have a Western Jurisdiction Tongan Relief Committee, and I've sent you, well, actually, the documents Terry put in, and you can access these by clicking on in the chat the link. Okay, so the two documents are: one, a proposal, which we'll just go over very briefly, and then second, the committee members. And it's an indigenous community in the committee in the sense that it's all Tongan, and I thought that was the best way to move forward. Although the proposal will have a few additional members of it to help the connection for all of us. They're very responsive. They have a GBGM contact that they regularly check in with. And the two chairs, Sosiah Tuatahi and David Nua, both DSs from CalPAC and Cal Nevada, have direct contact with the president of the Free Wesleyan Church. And so much of what they do revolves around what he says they need at this point. Okay, so the proposal is basically, as the college talked about this, was to make Tongan relief from the volcanic eruption the central jurisdictional project, missional project for 2022. So we would be much like the Haiti project that we took on. This would be our central focus, and primarily because of the huge number of churches, laity, and clergy that are Pacific Islanders in our Western jurisdiction. Okay, so we are using the Western Jurisdiction Relief Committee as the basis of that. They have a 3-step plan right now. One was to send emergency water, fresh water, which the president said they desperately needed early on. That has been done. They shipped it out of New Zealand, and a lot of international issues are rising for this committee. Second one is to send shipping containers containing supplies, food, non-perishable food, cleanup supplies, et cetera, and the Tongan communities have largely organized that. It's happening in almost every one of our areas. Okay, couple of the containers have already been shipped, and some of them are in process of being shipped. So that's ongoing right now. And then the third phase is when Tonga opens up. They were COVID-free until the eruption. And then when the supplies started coming in from New Zealand and other places, there was an outbreak. So they are currently closed in that sense for visitors. But the last phase is the most important, and that is to help them rebuild a lot of the structures and damage that has taken place. And there'll be new actions, I'm sure, that will emerge in light of this strategy. So what I'm asking for the next steps for the jurisdiction was, one, to enlist the DCMs to have a representative to this group and keep all of the areas informed through the DCMs. Then we'd like to enlist the Western Jurisdiction VIM Disaster Relief Committee and chairs, and especially in the third phase, where we start to talk about rebuilding. That's their expertise. They're really good at it. We would need funds, of course, for the supplies and the repair work, but we'd like to have Rhonda connect with the jurisdictional committee and help us with that third phase. We want the Western Jurisdiction communicators to develop a communication plan for each of the Western Jurisdiction areas' annual conferences, and to include a donation strategy in that of some type. We've already got a commitment from each annual conference pretty much to hold an offering at the annual conferences, and I think everybody's planning on doing that. And then finally, ask the Western Jurisdiction Treasurer to set up a separate account for Tongan relief and receive the donations. All we'd ask Diane and Mark to provide is just to get an account that they would be willing to receive all the income that comes in. We are working directly with UMCOR on these issues, though, too, in terms of the national perspective of donations. So that's it. Wondered if there's any questions or concerns.
Anyone have any questions? Rhonda?
Thank you, Bishop. We are very excited to do that opportunity. We do have connections that we've had teams there in the past, and so we are excited about doing that. Plus, we do have some experience working with UMCOR, especially in Haiti and Puerto Rico. A lot of different challenges, so we want to get those worked out ahead of time as they're starting to open up and do those kinds of things. So please understand that. It's really hard to send a group of people to their country to help their country without them wanting to help their families first. And so we've really been working with that in the past. So we really want to keep that in mind and send some more diverse teams to keep that Methodist, as George Hay was saying, that Methodist theology of mission that we have to help each other. So, and it's exciting because we've done this in the past. We did Saipan, but we had lots of money to send people from all over the country. So we'll have to find some ways to make that work for us. But that's one of the things about the local churches. When we have teams, they can support and do support us very well with our teams that go out. So I'm very excited about that possibility.
Thank you.
And yes, anytime you want to get together to talk about with the committee, that would be great.
Val.
Bishop Grant, at the meeting of the IECC meeting on Thursday, Timote Piocala, I'm not sure if he's a member or the chair of the task force, brought to the committee that the task force will come up with a proposal that we can receive as an IECC so that the IECC communities in our connection could also explore on how to help further. I was just wondering, would that overlap with what the jurisdiction or the annual conferences would be doing? Or how do we collaborate as the IECC with these efforts that are ongoing?
Sure. Timote is a member of the Western Jurisdiction Relief. So why don't we coordinate with him to be the representative to you all? And I think education will. But since he's already a member of your committee, already a member on the relief committee, we ask him to be the central communication link.
Bishop Elaine.
Well, just a perspective on this. I always like to remember that when I was in Denver, I discovered that Methodism arrived in Tonga about 50 years before it arrived in Colorado. That the Tongan Methodists are our spiritual elders in the West, significantly, and that between New Zealand and the United States, there's almost 1.5 times as many Tongans living as in Tonga. So this is really a diaspora community that, while they're small in number in our church, have a huge responsibility and impact within the country. And I just think it's easy I forget that. And I wanted to remind us.
Thanks, Elaine. Yeah, it's a great observation.
Yes, George.
Just one brief comment. As I see this also an opportunity, at the jurisdictional UMVIM board and also conversation on disaster response, there is always the conversation about the value of inclusion. How do we make our efforts for disaster relief and VIMs more inclusive of our diversity? This is an opportunity for us to really build on that, and an opportunity for us to share this value that we do disaster relief to those who are in need, even beyond our own communities, church communities and support. That's a foundational value of us as United Methodists, but it's very common that we try to first help those who are our own. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to engage the Tongan community and the Pacific Islander community, because I believe the Fijians are also very mobilized to be involved in this process.
Amen.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? would you all affirm this approach then for Tonga relief efforts in the Western jurisdiction? If you would you raise a hand? I think it's unanimous.
Thank you
Oh,
so much.
Sorry, Grant?
Thank you. Just
All right, thank you for bringing this and for your work in helping to, get the team, coordinated and moving us forward. Appreciate that very much. Yes, Val.
The recommendation coming from the IECC with significant amount, would that fall into this or that's already been covered?
That's another request for the same purpose, right? If I'm understanding you, the IECC was recommending that the leadership team designate some money from the general fund of the jurisdiction to go into this effort. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any discussion about that?
Would it be possible for us to have the budget report first so we have some idea of what we're trying to do?
Yes, why don't we revisit this after our lunch break, which we are about to take, because that's the next thing up on the agenda is the budget, and the jurisdictional conference will come after that. And we'll want to hear a brief report from the UMVIM and disaster response folks as well after lunch. Is there any other agenda that you all are aware of? Anyone online have anything? Okay then, we are going to take a break for lunch. This will not be a working lunch. This is a connecting with our bodies and ourselves lunch. And so we're going to be in lunch break until 12:45. And I'm wondering, Phil, would you be willing to offer a grace for our meal? Use the microphone.
Let us pray. Allow me to pray in the first language that David, Carlo, and I share in the Western Jurisdictional Leadership Connection. Mahabaging Diyos, Bathala, maraming salamat sa kaloob mong buhay at kung paanong ang aming mga pangangailangan ay iyong tinutugunan. Dinala mo kami sa lupaing ito upang sama-sama naming ipahayag ang mensahe at kaharian ng katarungan at ng kapayapaan. Salamat sa pagkain na aming pagsasalu-saluhan. Basbasan mo ang mga kamay na naghanda nito. And we're so grateful for the working hands that prepared the meals that we will be sharing, not only at the table of provision, but also in the circle of our continuing conversation. For this we give thanks to, in the name of Jesus, Yesu Tawapano, and you are here. Amen.
Amen. Thank you all. Is there any instruction about lunch?
Okay, so lunch is here. We have teriyaki beef, teriyaki chicken, and a veggie stir fry, and salads, and it's
Thank you. You may go get more coffee and come right back. All right, friends. I hope that those friends of ours who are online had a good lunch and an opportunity to step away for a few moments. And it was lovely to be able to have a little conversation around tables that was a little less business oriented. So let us now get our minds back around the work of the leadership team. And Mary. Sorry. Because you have this just at the top of your head and the tip of your tongue, I'm sure, give us a real quick question that we can do in like 30 seconds or less to gather us back together. You know, just a refocusing, not about the work, just to.
Do you want it in partners, or do you want it for the group?
For the group.
What's the most fun thing you've done in the last 3 days?
Oh, great question.
Yes.
Oh, that is a great question. The most fun thing you've done in the past 3 days. And you want to start?
The most fun thing I've done in the last 3 days is eat a delicious chocolate chip cookies.
Okay. And would you invite someone?
Aaron, what is the most fun thing you've done in the last 3 days?
Last night, I went to a wonderful dinner with my fellow DCMs, so that was fun. And Phil, I invite you.
I think I did a good 3.5-mile run yesterday.
Excellent.
I took them from the hotel, Best Western, all the way up to 208 or something, and then circled back, and I just enjoyed the beauty. Yeah. That's still Seattle, right? Not Des Moines.
Excellent. Would you invite someone else to share?
May I invite Karen? So what did you do in the last 3 days that was really fun?
Thursday evening, I drove to Tacoma, which was not fun because it just kept getting me, okay, you'll arrive at this time, and it kept getting later and later. But when I got there, I got to take my daughter and her boyfriend out to dinner. And it was right between their birthdays. Hers was March 21st and his is today. So we celebrated their birthdays.
And invite someone?
Oh, yes. I would like to invite Rhonda. Rhonda, what have you done that was fun in the last 3 days?
So I had one really, really, really bad month. You have it about once a year where I can't stop working. So my best fun was just doing nothing in the hotel. Yes! That was last night. So, can I invite somebody from the?
Please do.
I would like to have Diane. What's the best fun thing you've done?
Oh, well, last night, the wife and kids and I went out and blew a gift card at a nice restaurant. So it's pretty cool. And Georgia, I invite you.
I think the most fun thing I did in these last 3 days were the hugs I gave to people that I have not seen for more than 2 years. I would invite Mike.
Thursday night. Turn it off. There we go. Thursday night, my wife Julie and I accompanied Annie on the light rail up to the International District, and we walked around and shared a meal and got to see a community garden and just got to spend some time in the city. There are more people in a 25-block radius of where we are than there are in the entire state of Wyoming. So it was great fun to see people and hear the noises of the city and do that. So.
Thank you, Mark. Wow, it's been very busy this past 2 or 3 weeks, and the most fun I had the past 3 days was to have finally find half an hour to have breakfast with my wife Joy, who works at night. And before I left, we were able to find that sweet spot for our breakfast, and that was just nice to check in with each other how we were doing. So that was helpful. Thank you.
Oh, invite someone.
Oh, sure. Evelyn, I invite you.
I enjoyed my little chuckle from Mark just now. That was probably one of the best moments in the past 4 or 5 days. And I invite Annie, who's also chuckling.
One little detail from the excursion with Mark and his wife Julie, which was really delightful, and I was so glad to spend a little more time with Julie. So we, in this community garden in Japantown, and it was like 10 light rail stops up, so kind of walking around, and I just wanted to see cherry blossom trees, and there they were. I mean, in all their glory, and whatever other blossoming trees. But it also kicked up these allergies, and I've been sneezing like 5,000 times. And it happened from like 1 hour after that excursion until now. But I got all my pictures, and the cherry blossom trees were amazing.
And who will you invite?
I'll invite, oh wait, I wanted to invite Lisa. Lisa, will you go next?
Thanks, Annie. My most fun was an anniversary dinner with my husband last night at Homer's equivalent to a fancy restaurant, which is not fancy by most people's standards, but we had a great dinner. I would invite also on Zoom, Mark.
Thanks, Lisa. My wife and I were able to go out to dinner last night. We finally have 2 kids who are both drivers, and they were off elsewhere. And it was the first time in a long time that just the 2 of us had gone out to a restaurant. It was outside, so we were still practicing social distancing and that kind of thing, but it was really nice to be able to do that. I would invite Bishop Higia.
Thanks, Mark. I love you all, but the best thing was not traveling this week. Staying home. Our grandkids stayed over last night, and that was part of the best thing. We had to entertain them for a whole night and this morning. So, but yeah. So I invite. I think is Kristen Caldwell on with us. She's on the icon. Haven't heard from Kristen.
Well, thank you. I'm back here working tech, and I'm sort of on the Zoom as a host. But the best part of the last 3 days was having dinner with Dave and Vicki Orndorff, who Dave's a retired elder out here, but he was my pastor growing up at St. Paul's United Methodist Church back in Helena, Montana. So it was good to see him and them. And I would invite Bishop Karen.
Thank you. I have 3 half-brothers in this area, and I got to have dinner last night with 2 of them, and my sister-in-law and niece and nephew. And inevitably, we went for Italian food, of course, which is really important to us. And inevitably, at some point, we will all, at the same time, spontaneously mimic our father. And so at some point, we all went, ah! And then that makes us all laugh really hard. So I've been really grateful for Julie and Rondelay, and so I'm going to ask Rondelay.
Thanks, Bishop Karen. Sorry, I'm not keeping track of everybody because I'm like trying to eat lunch at the same time, but that's okay. It's just been really great to see folks in person. Like, I appreciate the ways that we've been able to adjust and connect via Zoom, but it really makes a difference just to see everybody and just connect heart to heart. So thank you. Who hasn't gone yet? Who can I invite? Oh, Julie.
Hey everyone, it's great to be here, and I'm just really grateful for the privilege to come and assist you all and to be present and to reconnect and hug or arm bump and just really be in service to you all. So I'm grateful for that. And who's next? Oh.
Thanks. It has been great to be with colleagues and just interact with them. And we've done some social things late at night. And so that's been fun and full of laughter. And we stay up too late, but that's okay. We haven't done it in 2 years, so we can sleep later. Christina.
Thank you, Lori. Well, you probably all have heard about this quilt already, and I think the most fun that I've had in the last 3 days is that storytelling that Fel invited us into. And I'm going to go back here. I'll invite Terry.
Thank you, Christina. I think that the most fun that I've had in the last 3 days was going out Wednesday evening with some of the communicators and text team and just recapping the day and laughing about some stories, little kind of crazy stories that we've all experienced in ministry. And so that was a lot of fun. I'm going to invite Patrick.
And I won't be on camera since I'm running it. Oh, but I'll scoot over here. It's been a blessing, as several other folks have said, just to be here in service for you all and to see you here, most of you in person, but also to see some beloved faces online as well. And I'm going to invite, see now you know I wasn't paying attention, Bishop Elaine.
Thank you, Patrick. Oh, it's so hard to decide. I just have to say baby Ella, but I'm not going to linger there because she's always the best. And to wake up with her in the morning, I mean, to get to see her before the day begins and whatever goes on is great. But truly, the thing that comes to mind is any number of you with whom I've had a more leisurely conversation time to go deeper, to find the intersections from our histories and of our aspirations. That's really, we've been missing that. And Ian?
Okay, probably, okay, on Tuesday I turned 30. And and so I just got back from, my partner and I went to the Lake Quinault rainforest and lodged there. And we spent 4 days doing the loop and going up to the Hohen Rainforest and doing some other exploring of waterfalls on the Olympic Peninsula. And so I would say that stuff. It was good. David, have you gone yet?
Who has not?
Lori. Lori? Donna, I invite you.
I think did we get everybody online? I think we did, yes. So I would say the most fun, I mean, clearly being together and the dinners out and the adult beverages out with friends. But I would actually also point to a level of alignment that we experienced on the 2 days of conversation. That was very fun. Everyone has had a chance now, yes? Thank you for the question, Mary. That was fabulous to get us back together. So Diane, we are going to ask you to lead us through the budget report, and it's before you now. Everyone should have a copy in front of you. Thank you very much for those who made this available to us in paper form.
Right. I think the paper you have in front of you is the budget that we're recommending. It would be the same budget that we showed you in February of 2020 that we were going to take to the 2020 jurisdictional conference. So that hasn't changed. But I thought maybe we would want to go through the financial statement that you received from Donna a few days ago. Or would you like to go through the budget as well?
Why don't we start with the financial statement and then we'll take a look at the budget?
Okay,
That makes sense?
great.
Okay, it was sent out in an email from me on I think the 23rd of March.
Yes,
And
it came along with the
probably
report
says
from
reports
the,
for WA leadership team.
so this report has the columns that shows you the history of the 2017 to 2020 budget as approved and then as amended over a couple of years. And then the fourth column shows you how much we've spent of that budget since January 1st, 2017. And of course, we're in beginning year 6 of a 4-year budget right now. But it's interesting, I think, for you to see that even at the beginning of year 6 of the 4-year budget, there are some areas where, because of COVID, of course, we haven't met, and there's money that hasn't been spent even in 5 years of this 4-year budget. But the other thing, as we discussed, if you scroll, if you look at the bottom of that page of that report, you'll see that our annual conferences, for the most part, are still paying their jurisdictional apportionment. So for instance, 2021 was like the bonus year. We have 5 years worth of apportionment income, and we're still working off of a 4-year budget. So as I promised this morning, I'll create another column to this report that adds basically 2 more years to that 4-year budget, so you can have some sense of how much you really have left through the end of 2022. Because I think that's a safe bet that we'll collect most of that, and our conferences will continue to pay through the end of this year. So now I'll just scroll through and see if there's anybody has any questions on any individual line items of the spending budget. Again, the 4-year spending budget. Anything surprises you? Okay. And then the other thing just to bring to your attention is that middle section shows you that in the jurisdiction, we don't have just this operating fund. We have a few other little funds that most of them have been on the books for a while. And WJCFA looked at those really closely the last quadrennium, and we sort of cleared out a lot of them. But so the ones that are left are ones that I think are usable and we understand what they're for. Anybody have any questions at all? Right.
Diane, when you refer to the middle section, are you referring to the Immigration Task Force and Way Forward Resources? Is that?
Yeah, there's a middle section where I just list some funds and the fund balances.
I think you're talking about the second page of the report that you sent prior to the meeting.
It's right above the report on annual conference giving.
Yeah, those are just some designated funds that some of which have existed even before I became jurisdictional treasurer 14 years ago, but most of the weird ones we were able to identify and clear out in the last quadrennium.
I have a question that we actually were beginning to talk about before lunch, and that was the notion of designating a substantial amount from jurisdictional operating funds to go into the Tonga relief efforts. And my question would be, two-part, actually. One would be, what, I'm wondering if someone in the group has a sense of what a substantial amount would be, and to propose. And then the second part of the question, which would be more for Diane, would be, where might that be funded from?
I wonder if there is just a target total goal that we have that would include the amounts we're hoping to collect from our conferences and their offerings, or if we're talking about something beyond that.
Lori.
So at the IECC meeting, we talked about perhaps thinking about a matching fund as a way to encourage conferences to do some collecting. So that was talked about, and we did not talk about a dollar amount because we didn't have a sense how much money was available. But I think that the conversation about the significant amount is within the context of all of this. So if we place this within our ministry priorities, we place this within our history, our fellowship and relationship with Tongans, what would make it significant for ourselves and significant for the Tongan, the people of Tonga, and our Tongan community within our jurisdiction?
I see Bishop Grant had his hand up.
Yeah, this is part of our strategy also as the committee, is to have a fundraising strategy. And if we can work with the communicators on that. It's hard to take funds out of a set budget. I realize that. If you can give some seed funds for this, that might be the way to do it. But we're hoping to raise a significant amount of money through the jurisdiction on a voluntary basis or on a offering basis. And I think that might be the way to go, rather than try to pull funds here and there. And the question is, what's significant? We're hoping to raise that significant amount through a donation-based kind of process. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. David?
Thank you. Having lived out the experience of being on the receiving end when I was in the Philippines, and also being able to send help whenever it's needed, one of the big problems I always have is when we have to pay so much for shipping. What if, instead of us like doing the usual American model of, well, how much do you need and pull out the checkbook approach, what if the Western jurisdiction says, we're going to sponsor 2 containers? That way, what people are going to give and send are going to be held in that container without having to pay for the way it's going to get there. Does that make sense? The symbolic way of really allowing the little gift that a family here wants to send there is not going to be spent on the transport, but will really arrive to the people who will receive it with the care and the love that we're sending it with. Would that be significant?
Bishop Elaine?
I like this. I have no idea what it costs to send a container. Do we have, I bet Bishop Grant has an idea.
Yeah, they've sent already, so that might be at least a starting point for us to see how much the dollar figure is there too.
My thought being
Yeah,
that,
and
no, go ahead,
go ahead.
please.
No, go ahead, Elaine.
Well, my thought was just that it would be fun to be able to do the match for as many containers as we can fill.
Yeah, that would be really great. Yeah.
And this fits really well because Phoenix or Arizona, Desert Southwest, they do not have the numbers in terms of Pacific Island churches. They could not afford, they had the supplies, they couldn't afford to send it. And so they had to drive all the way to Long Beach to send it through CalPAC. So this would enable some of our smaller communities to be able to do this in a very empowering way.
Annie?
Here's one more idea that may be more for annual conferences, but I'll just bring it up. Our group in our annual conference would like to do a luau fundraiser on the Tongan pastors, but what's been brought up is the cost of buying that community food and meal. And so wondering how to help support any costs in order to do the fundraiser so that, you know, it's led by our Tongan pastors with, you know, the meal that they would like to provide and invited to one of the churches they serve. But how can, whether it's us or our conferences, help support truly, because the hospitality is, yes, we'd love to do this for you, but as the group met, it was kind of, this is a really costly endeavor, but the spirit is there. They want to host people to one of their churches to really help raise funds, but then the actual cost of the meal and all of that.
Yes, David.
Just going back to the container conversation a bit, what I heard Bishop Grant was just between 12 to 15,000 for each container. Was that a correct number? Is that the right? I'm looking
That's
at
correct.
Diane, so I'm like, maybe that. Well, how much is the container? So, and you probably know too, Diane, but I'm just trying to put a range for us to look at, so that financially, or when we invite people for a matching grant. But I think. I just feel good that we're not starting with a US dollar amount, but it's in the gesture of what we are giving as a symbolism for our gift for our siblings in Tonga.
Other questions or suggestions? So let me see if I'm understanding you correctly, David. You're suggesting that the leadership team authorize the use of jurisdictional operating funds to pay for the shipping of containers full of necessary relief supplies for Tonga. For one, for two, for...
I think that's where we need to find out now how much we need, but I also want to be sensitive to IECC, and will this be viewed as significant? Is this a significant amount if we are going to sponsor, if it's not a dollar amount that we're saying, but it's the principle of the containers?
You need a microphone?
I support that suggestion from David. And so if it needed to be specified, we can agree to support 2 containers. Yeah. In the amount of, if it's $15,000, then it's roughly $30,000.
Okay, any other?
Actually, I have a better figure for you. The big ones run that high, but the smaller ones, which are 20 foot, run 5,500. And those are the ones that some of the smaller conferences or smaller ability to get supplies in would cost them. 5,500 for the smaller container.
David?
Given the conversation of where we're at and listening to how Desert Southwest, the story from Bishop Grant, what was the word, suggest, or do we move?
You can move it.
I move that the leadership team sponsor 3 small containers that can be strategically placed closer to, especially like places where people would have more access to, where people can be gathered and be brought and sent to Tonga.
Okay. Is there a second, since it's a motion? Okay, discussion.
So we were just a moment ago talking in the realm of 30,000, and we've just gone down to 15. So I'm wondering if we might provide more flexibility if we set a dollar amount and said whatever containers come up to that dollar amount, because we could have then as many as 6 containers if they were all small. Or, 1 large and 3 small.
Christina's math's better than mine, so I take that as a friendly amendment. Christina, is that what you're saying?
Excellent.
Would you like to make the dollar amount clear?
So the dollar amount as a friendly amendment to David's motion would be 30,000.
Very rich.
Do we need to be clear about where in the budget we're taking this money from? Is this
Yes, we
contingency,
do.
undesignated contingency
Diane,
funds?
can you offer some suggestion?
I think we can say simply the operating fund because, and I'll create a new line item on the spreadsheet that designates this. But in our thinking, I think you can consider it part of the revenue. We're using the revenue that we're collecting in 21, 22 to add to this budget. Does that make sense?
Sure. Good.
So we're changing the bottom line of the budget by this amount.
Okay.
So just so that people have a sense of how that can be possible, Diane and I have been trading notes, and if part of the budget, the last line before total is a collection allowance, which is basically us in the budgeting process saying we don't anticipate collecting everything that we've that's been apportioned. So that's a $50,000 line item that we actually haven't spent on. We anticipate underspending, and so we would be comfortable using funds in essence from that line item for the new purpose that we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Lori.
I just wanted to share that the Lentz Tongan Church, which is the one Tongan church we have in Oregon, Idaho, they are sponsoring, or they are coordinating a 40-foot container leaving on April 21st. It's about $25,000 to $30,000, including the cost of the container for the shipping, and have invited the conference to help fund and fill the container. So that's in the works right now, and just sort of a little understanding of the cost for that one in Oregon, Idaho. 40 foot, yeah, 25 to 30,000, including the cost of the container. Coming out of port.
Yes, Bishop.
So Bishop Grant, I wonder, can we assume that the leadership team on this initiative is going to include the initiatives that are already underway within the conferences or even by local churches as part of the whole campaign that we're initiating?
Yes, I think so, Elaine. I think that's a good way to look at it. And one caveat, if the Portland group can connect with CalPAC or the Relief Committee, we have a person who does the shipping. In other words, they give us a discount. So it might be good to connect with them because, it's a family member of one of our churches who provides.
That'd be great. Right. So the pastor at the church is Fungale Taufu, who is the Oregon, Idaho representative on the task force.
Okay. Good.
Okay, friends, we have a motion before us. to designate up to $30,000 to pay for shipping of containers full of relief supplies for Tonga. And if there's no other discussion, would you approve this? Say yes. Anyone not approve? All right, great.
Most joyful thing of the week.
Amen. Thank you to all who had a hand in it. Yes, David.
I see this as a really good opportunity also for communicating and modeling in a way by which we can invite our annual conferences to consider this. The route that probably the sensitivity that sometimes helping with the shipping is one of the best ways we can actually help a smaller community or the communities that are minorities really bring that forward. I hope we can. I'm looking at the communicators here, and I hope this is a story we can really share to educate all of us in ways more than just giving, and again, another donation to some cause.
Thank you, yes. Diane and or Mark, do you want to say anything about the other piece of budget information that we have in front of us?
Mark, do you want to say anything? Okay. As I said, the document that I think you have as a hard copy is the same document you had before you in February of 2020 when we brought that CFA recommendation to you. So unless, I guess if you see anything that you think is no longer necessary or appropriate in that budget, or you want to tweak it in any way, you would want to be in touch with Mark and I to consider that. But again, that's the budget that we were going to take to the 2020 jurisdictional conference.
I'm sorry.
I guess the question I have for the leadership team, and I don't know that it's possible for anybody to know the answer to this, is how do you want to approach budgeting as we think about when a quadrennium ends and starts and when jurisdictional conference is going to be and when you would want the jurisdiction to adopt a new budget and some of those timing kinds of questions. We talked earlier about sort of we're living under the previous quadrennium's budget, and we've just extended in annual ways that this was proposed as a full quadrennium's budget. Is it easiest to annualize this and have it be for the last 2 years of what would have been a quadrennium? How do you as the leadership team want us as CFNA to conceive of and present to a jurisdictional conference the concept of a budget?
I think that's an excellent question, and it was one I was going to ask. I think it probably depends on how we define the start of the quadrennium, and we don't really know that, do we? I'm looking at our bishops here.
So I have one word, Mark, in response: flexibly. I mean, you're going to have to project something, and then you're going to have to be ready to adapt it as we learn more. We don't know what the fixed points are yet.
So let me ask a related question, which we may or may not know the answer to. Do we anticipate, let's say we do have a jurisdictional conference in November, would we anticipate that there would be work of budgeting at that time? Or would it be only for the purpose of election?
We won't be resetting a new quadrennium. So I wonder if what we need is, wait. Will or won't? We will not.
I don't know. You know more than I do. I trust you. Just say what you know.
Well,
As I understand it, I have no recollection, no. It has been proposed that we are not resetting the quadrennium, starting in whenever we have this special session of jurisdiction, which means we would be, at 24, we would be recasting budget. I think what would be helpful is bringing us this kind of report at the next jurisdictional meeting. So no new budget, I believe.
So if I might, what I'm hearing from that is the document that or at least that I have up on my screen right now, and I think what you have on paper in front of you, the right-hand column is the 2021 to 2024 budget requests. I have not today done a side-by-side of what those budget requests are compared to what the cast forward of the last quadrennium's line items were. But there may be some line items where we had anticipated a different strategy in a particular line item. And so I'm wondering if it would be appropriate at the jurisdictional conference to say, we haven't switched quadrennia, but we do want to modify the previous quadrennium's budget to recognize that we've extended it. To give us to give people a new spending plan for what would be the last 2 years of the quadrennium.
I think that would be very helpful, and perhaps we need, some of these are more specific. I wonder if we could get more categories of the budget, because some of these we know we won't have again, like the summit event and other things. So we know where pockets of money are being held and spent.
So Diane, do you have any sense of, with my off the cuff thinking about what we might be able to present, what kind of process we would need to go through to be able to do that? Do we have all the information we need? Do we need further input from each of the committees that has line item authority? Do we need guidance from the leadership team? How would you think about the best way to get us to that kind of proposed adjustment for a jurisdictional conference?
Well, I believe that that furthest right column is the budget recommendation that we were going to take to the 2020 jurisdictional conference. So it's more than just budget requests. It is where we landed on our recommendation. So,
but we'd need to annualize it or cut it in half so that it was only 2 years worth.
well, I'm not sure because this budget, this 2021 to 24 budget was never approved by a jurisdictional conference. So we could just present it as the 2021-24 budget that is retroactive to 2021. Or we could just split it. We could make it a half of what it is and just bring it that way. I'm
I
not
think
sure
it's
which way to go.
It does sound a little cleaner, I think, to present it and have it voted on as the quadrennial budget as you have it here.
Yeah, that way we're not having to do what GCFA is doing, which is just assume the last budget we passed is the budget for the ongoing years before the next conference. I like the idea of doing it retroactively if that would be allowable.
Bishop Elaine?
I may be asking questions beyond my knowledge and wisdom, even to formulate. I'm trying to think about how, if we went this direction of whether adopting formally or using by common consent as the operating budget, that last column, how then do we show the balance forward from the end of the last quadrennium? Right, and how does that, because what I'm trying to figure out is the money we just allocated for container costs would be out of the 2021, 2024 column, because we're in the middle of that. But we're really talking about spending it out of surpluses from the previous quadrennium.
Right.
So I'm just thinking, how do we get all of that visually in front of us in one place? And we're not going to solve that in this conversation. I just raise that as an aspiration.
So it sounds like we're asking JCF&A to do some very creative thinking about those kinds of questions that might be raised in preparation of the jurisdictional conference session, whenever that may be. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your thoughts. We'll put our heads together and take these comments into account.
Thank you. And if it would be helpful to run it by this body, we can certainly have a virtual meeting to do that prior to the session.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this? Yes, Mary.
We may have done this before and I've missed it, but there may be expenses associated with the discernment.
We did it.
We did that.
Yes, we agreed to spend $20,000, up to
Right.
$20,000.
Right, just wanted to make sure
for the
we'd done that.
discernment. Yes. Because we're rich. Anything else from Diane or Mark or anybody on the in the call? Okay. Thank you both. Thank you all for this conversation, and thank you, Mark and Diane, for your ongoing work with our financial stability. All right, let's turn our attention to the jurisdictional conference session.
It is somewhere out there. If we keep moving it many more times, we might need a whole new committee. So, to the best of my knowledge, what has been shared with me is that we are moving towards November 2nd to the 5th, pending whatever the Judicial Council says about that process. What I can tell you is that I've already been in conversation with Christ United Methodist Church in Salt Lake City, and they are prepared to host us at their church. They have a large meeting space that, now they say it can hold 300 people. I don't know if that actually means at tables or not, but we have pretty well determined that we can have tables for delegates and chairs for guests and communicators and tech and all, and the bishop's area, and all those things should fit into that space. They have a 300-seat sanctuary, so we will be able to do our worship services there as well. Some of the drawbacks, some of the things that will look different. Let's not call it, they're not drawbacks, they're just going to look different. Don't expect the same kind of thing you would have if we were going to a convention center or a conference center at a hotel. The closest hotel is 1.5 miles away, so we will need to be doing some of the same kinds of things we did for this meeting, you know, gathering together, making sure everybody in the delegation has a ride, figuring out ways to make sure everybody is able to be transported. there is no food connected with the church, so we will be doing some catering, bringing in things like we did today and earlier this week, and figuring out some things to do that. The space, there are a number of rooms in the building. It's a 2-story church. They're not all exceptionally big, so once, what I have pretty well looked at and said, okay, there really are enough spaces where each delegation could have a space to meet. So, but we're not going to assign any of those until we have some sense of how are groupings going to meet. Are they going to be mixed groupings that need to meet with potentials, or are they, so we're going to have some flexibility about the spaces we use, because some of them are smaller than others, and you're not being put in a space, because you're the lesser annual conference or anything like that. It's just, we'll work with what we've got. And I had a wonderful conversation with Episcopacy Committee yesterday, and they are ready to make the space work. One of the things that did come up was, is there another church nearby where we might also use some space? And that is one of the things I've already considered. I can't tell you a lot more than that. Don't know a lot more than that. Haven't, since well, I don't know, when did the first one get canceled? March of 2020, whatever it is. I have occasionally emailed the program and arrangements team and said, here's what we know now. Here's what we think we know now. How's everybody doing? Here's what we know now. So there have been a few changes on that team, and we're still in need of a person from Desert Southwest to be on the team, and we'll meet back together as soon as we have something for sure. Actually, it's my intention to talk with them soon so we can get a date. So it's my understanding towards the end of April we'll know. We hope. So I'm hoping we'll be meeting, the team will be meeting the first part of May, and we'll be able to say, okay, you take care of this, you take care of this, you take care of this, we'll start moving forward. Don't know if that'll happen.
Any questions for Karen?
So what else would you like to know that I can't really tell you?
Oh, do you have a theme?
Yes, we did have a theme. I can't even remember what it is. And we had a logo that we finally all agreed on, and so we'll bring those things back to life. We can't start over. I have to tell you that, because we usually figure 3.5 years to plan a jurisdictional conference. What are we going to get? 5 months? So, Phil.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. In our last Call Nevada delegation meeting, it was shared that the plan is still in Billings, Montana, but not anymore from what I heard.
Not anymore.
Okay.
We gave up that place and we moved on. We actually had a convention center in Salt Lake City that we were going to go to, and we were really excited. It had great space and there were hotels nearby. And we kept pushing them a little further and a little further to not quite sign the contract because we didn't know for sure. And they said, hey, we have a group that's ready to sign a contract today for those dates. So, sign it or leave.
And so
And we
is
left.
this new information that we all heard, and I heard, could this be shared to our delegation when I go back, or when would be the right time to share that?
What do you think, Bishop Karen? I mean, I think you could say we're going to be in Salt Lake City, the church there. I've confirmed that in the last 2 weeks. What? Christ United Methodist. And I'm trying to remember if that's really what I said to you yesterday, but I don't know. But that is the name of the church.
I mean, you could tell them, I mean, part of what we've been aware of is the fits and starts, and so I want to say, Karen, I want to thank you for your patience and your grace and how you have stuck with it when it's really frustrating to juggle signing contracts and looking out for our best interests along with organizations that you've just been very patient.
Well, thank you.
So thank you.
I will have to say that I've been working with an event planner, and when we ended up canceling in Billings, they were trying to tell me we were going to have to pay so many $1,000s and stuff because it was only so many months, it was within a year or something. And she was able to go to them and say, hey, no, they're not paying that. So we have not lost any money in the process. We have not spent any money that we cannot get back. And that is part of why we went with going to a church. And so now our conversation is, what do we need to pay for at that church that for the time and effort they'll put into hosting us. But they're pretty excited about it from what I can read from an email. The words that came from the office manager were very positive, and she's very much on board.
They're getting a new pastor, so.
I know,
hope
that's
the
what
new
you said.
pastor's excited.
So I was really glad to hear that the office manager was on board because obviously that's the person I'm going to be working with the most. One of the things we will need is we will need a strong local arrangements team there. And because we've changed locations, but we've kind of been sitting on the location because we didn't know when, we don't have a local arrangements team started at all. So if any of you from that conference or that area or anything, want to offer some names, I'm ready to take them.
David.
Thank you, Karen, for your work of leading us. I guess my pastoral concern was to thank Billings also, because when you are told you're hosting an event, you kind of put your heart and mind to this, and probably for several years, probably. And then,
And we had actually met there in July or August. I guess it was August of 2019, and we had met with people from the church and stuff, and
And so I just want to make sure we honored and thanked them for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that reminder.
Bishop Elaine.
I'm getting down in the weeds, and I apologize. Just to recall that it's not at all unusual at events like this for us to also colonize neighboring non-United Methodist
right.
churches for our extended
Right,
community.
and we've actually I've done a little map searching to see what's close by, and I'm not thinking United Methodist because they're not the closest, but.
Anything else around the jurisdictional conference session? Anybody else? Yes.
I have a quick question. Is there a scenario where we're doing this coming July? And we need to get it together that quickly?
No, there can't be.
No,
no.
that's not on the table at all. That's not on the table at all at this point.
Okay.
That's unofficial, right, what you're saying?
Well, the most recent dates we received, it was not a part of it.
But in fairness, anybody that's confused is in very good company. It has jumped all over the place.
Okay.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with our age.
I have to tell you that I actually have two different things on my calendar for July because I was holding the dates, but I wasn't holding the dates because there's another event I want to attend. So, but I'm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen.
And I will, as we know things, we'll let you know. Well, and if you learn anything that you think is official, let me know.
Karen, I try to get it to you as soon
You
as
do.
I can.
It's like, oh no, what's Bishop Karen saying now? I don't know if I want to open those
I
emails.
didn't know I was that person in your life.
It's like, oh, is this a email with information or an email with, oh, don't know anything yet?
Yes, Georgie.
of course, we have so many questions that there are no answers, and there are so many answers to questions we don't have yet. But I heard when we were talking about the budget that we are not resetting the quadrennium, but we will be voting on the budget for these years that are in limbo. But what about elections for positions in the jurisdiction or for general agencies? Is this also something that we don't know and we will know whenever the Holy Spirit tells us?
The Holy Spirit is taking its time.
One reason that I thought is we probably need to be prepared to roll that process of filling the big spreadsheets that we'll have to do. So,
Who's our nominations chair? Anybody remember for the jurisdiction?
I would think we would certainly want to be looking at a new team to do the 2024 jurisdictional conference.
Karen, is that a motion, a formal motion you're making there?
Okay, so there are many surprises yet to come. And isn't this exciting? Thank you, Karen, very much. Rhonda, I'm wondering if you have a brief word for us from the UMVIM and disaster response.
Thank you. I just did send out, passed out the report, and I'm going to go ahead and mail it and give it to Brad so he can get it to the Dropbox. Volunteers in Mission is traditionally looking at teams going out someplace in the world. That it was actually March 11th, 2020, 2020 when our last team got made at home, and after that we didn't send any more out. We were expecting to send a lot more. Over that time, very quickly, we adjusted to virtual teams, and we've had virtual missions now for the last 2 years, and they've done a lot of different things, but they've been very successful. The Western jurisdiction hosted this last year 8 of those volunteer mission teams, but we still had people that were counted as teams to do done in a day, or they made sifters, that kind of thing. We had over 900 volunteers, which is really tremendous that we were able to do that. We did a lot of education, but I did something that may be controversial. Just let me know. I'll take the hit on this one. We had so many churches that had volunteers at the local level that we couldn't count them. So we developed a model, as it says here, of potential volunteers. And just for the Western jurisdiction, I had well over 36,000 volunteers in the year of 2021. So, and I can, so.
Can you say that number one more time?
26,825 volunteers.
Can we acknowledge that? Yes. Is amazing.
Now you understand, they're not all volunteers in mission, but they're volunteers in your local churches. I mean, if you want to know, they're in mission, and that's the way we looked at it, very much so. Alaska. Yeah. So Alaska had 600, and I can probably name the names of some of those people. Cal Nevada had 7,500. Cal Pac had 7,000 at least. Desert Southwest had 3,100. You had 8,000 in Mountain Sky. Oregon, Idaho. No, we're not at all. We had 4,800 in Oregon, Idaho, and 5,750 in Pacific Northwest. So I just wanted to recognize that because I think we don't look at that enough.
So if you add Oregon, Idaho, and PNW, it's 9,000. My dear sister Laura reminds us we are streaming online and be careful.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. We're disturbing.
Well, let me just say, I'm glad you've accepted it the way we looked, because we're all volunteers in mission, and that's the point. And I actually developed a new model, which was, it's the ripple effect, where you start with a local church and look at the next ring as the community, and you just keep working out to the conference, to the Western jurisdiction, to the U.S., to the international, but it goes out. But what we're really working on is having them come back in. If they have that one-time experience in the international sector, that they can come back to their local church and community and actually have a different, they're transformed to see a mission in a different way. And that's our goal with all of that. So we're going to move on to doing that. So our theme for last year was hope. This year was going to be hope, from hope to healing. And we are working with Dan Randall, which is our mission advocate for the Western jurisdiction, and he is a strategic planner, and he is helping us really look at how we can continue to work with that grassroots level to do something really fun and start recognize that 36,000 people that have been part of our mission for a very long time. And then there's some personal things, but the one thing that comes out of this whole thing is relationships connecting. We've got to keep those up. So with the Zoom, the virtual opportunities, we're really looking forward to doing some more trainings, some more connecting. Team leaders, for example, that's how we're going to get to them and can keep them engaged and sustain us. I've got Terry back here, the youth and young adult coordinators. They've got some really good plans that's going on. We're hitting new audiences. So youth and young adults are coming together. And I have to say, in the virtual mission realm, it's now United Women of Faith. 84 people went to the last Philippines virtual mission. But we had to extend it 2 more days because there were so many issues that we wanted to talk about. They engaged, and so that's a whole new group for us. They may not be able to go swing the hammer, but they are supporting the missions out throughout the world, and that's what that's an engagement. And I really wish that we were able to have the United Methodist, your jurisdictional person here, so I could say, yeah, we're having a lot of fun with that. And on the back is just some your coordinators, in case you didn't know. Any questions? Oh, any questions? Disasters, everybody knows we've got lots and lots of disasters, and lots of money are coming in from UMCORS. We need a ton of volunteers, and so we're going to need to be working with the communicators more to get that word out, because we have at least 2 or 3 sites in Washington State that are coming up. You've got at least 2 plus in Cal, Nevada. And then one of the exciting things, the reason why Doug Lewis isn't here, is he's working with FEMA on a big grant where they're actually putting together a immigration center, so people that are coming out of Tijuana across the border can go to Claremont. They have some buildings that they remodeled and rebuilt for a migrant center, so as people come into the community. And as I heard today, that there were like 1,000 of Ukrainians on the border as well. So they're gonna be really, really busy down there, but a phenomenal program. Plus Cal Desert Southwest has their program with Justice for Our Neighbors, which brings me to tomorrow. Our immigration task force is in the Greater Northwest is putting together, or more like P&W is, putting together one of our opening presentations on about justice, about immigration up here. And if you'd like to get that link, I'll get that to you, so don't hesitate. But we're trying to do a lot of new things, and Volunteers in Mission have done, I want to say 7 virtual, some of them are virtual, to the border, just to learn about immigration, watching people come across. So that's been great fun. They're only like an hour and a half for like 3 or 4 days. So it's not like you have to go the whole day for the virtual missions. But we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about advocacy, whatever the issue is. And so I feel like I'm a little bit, I'm kind of like Karen, we have so many issues, which one do we focus on? But that's that, so.
Rhonda, I did want to say that there is a virtual mission to Kenya this week also on Wednesday and
right.
Friday. So if you're interested in that one, the Oregon Idaho coordinator, Louise Kinzel, her email is on that sheet. You can contact her for registration.
She's doing a
information.
second one this year, so
Yeah,
that's.
this is the second one for this year. And there were already, I think, 80 people registered when I talked to her last week.
So, yeah, so we really had a lot of fun. I was
And if you
check-
actually want to go to Kenya, we've got a trip planned for next summer.
Exactly, so you can do either or.
Or both.
We're looking at Laos as, yeah. We were challenged by Cal Nevada to do one virtual mission a month. So this is our third one, so I'm a little behind, but we'll get some more out there. We have some ideas to get really some experience. So they're used as educational tools, awareness, that's all that it really is there for. So just look at the mission field. So that's what, we've had a lot of fun.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Rhonda? Other than to say, Rhonda, we really appreciate your enthusiasm and your constancy in bringing this to us.
Thank you.
Georgie.
I don't know if Bishop Heige is still on, but I really, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, I do that all the time. Bishop Grant, we've got a lot of work to do. I'm sitting here after lunch, writing things down. This is what we have to do, this is who we have to talk to. Who do I know? To get all that stuff together, I'm so excited, so thank you.
Georgie.
Last time we met in Phoenix, there was a report that Rhonda, Doug, and myself presented that there was a process to organize a national VIM organization. Remember that we were talking about the protocols, we were talking about splitting, and there was this intention from the jurisdictional VIM organizations to move into creating a national organization that would be affirming that we do mission together. And that process has continued. Doug, myself, and Rhonda are the three representatives of the organization board. There are three from each jurisdiction. And there are steps that were taken during the pandemic. It was challenging to organize a new 501c3 with these jurisdictions that have very different cultures about how to do work. Rhonda has been instrumental in helping us to get to a common insurance for all of them in the whole church. We are in process of getting that for national and international, which are some of the great things that are happening out of this. The organization has been set up. The 501c3 has been approved just last week. There are movements that show that the VIM is really a movement that is live and thriving in our Methodist Church.
I just wanted to add the domestic is all done. We're actually rolling that out this month, and we're hoping to get international by the end of the year to have the same carriers. So, by the way, we were able to double our coverage, including COVID.
Thank you. Job's well done. Does anyone have anything else that we need to consider before we adjourn this session of our meeting? Yes, Christina.
I assume that Craig's report went to everybody? Is
It
that
did.
correct? Okay, thank you.
There were no action items in it.
There were none.
Anything else? David?
Given the fluidity of the season between now and whenever we're going to have Western jurisdiction, would it be helpful, or are we already considering meeting as soon as we do have information about when jurisdiction is going to happen as a leadership team? Because I think we need to convene, because there's so many ideas right now. But once we do have a date, a definite date, we do have to like filter out what we're not going to do and what we're going to do so that we can support those who need support, like
Yes.
the program action. So I'm just
Yes,
wondering.
we will be looking forward to one or more
Virtual.
virtual meetings leading up to the jurisdictional session.
Perfect, thank you.
Anything from anyone online that we haven't considered? No? Okay. Yes, Bishop Elaine.
Can I help create a moment of joy?
I'd love that.
So in the Pacific Northwest, or in the greater Northwest, the cabinet has a little cheer that we learned from Bishop Gregory Palmer that we would share with all of everybody that had a part in making this meeting happen. I can't really think of a jurisdictional meeting that I feel has been more aligned, forward-looking, unencumbered. I mean, not to say that we're not doing, so it goes like this. Those of you that know it, join me. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Good job, good job.
Let's do it
I know the
again.
claps.
Let's do it again.
Okay. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Good job, good job.
And on that note, amen.
I want to thank all the support staff. Sorry, you all have been amazing. Thank you so much. Over the corner there.
Yeah, say those.
The ones behind the curtain.
Our logistics team and our tech team, so.